Thank you very much for coming to the second series of our local governance colloquiums. We are meeting here today at a very important time in local government because, as we know, local government is a sphere of government that is closest to the people. It is a sphere of government that is beset with a lot of challenges when it comes to service delivery. So we're meeting at a time where in local government there is discussions or emphasis on the issue of how do we take professionalization forward in addressing some of, I call them pandemic challenges that local government has been experiencing over time, which revolves around service delivery, which revolve around performance, and sometimes lack of oversight that we see in local government. However, some of the interventions that have been brought in place, such as the initiative around professionalization, is beginning to take us to a step that we will try and resolve these issues. These are by no way saying are issues that are particularly affecting local government, but all other spheres of government and SOEs are besieged with some of these issues. There is also a review of the white paper on local government. I think that's critical at this time that we are dealing with that review of the white paper on local government and see, it would seem that at the onsets, the aims of the white paper on local government are still relevant. And therefore, I do not see us changing those or reviewing those. But adapting the white paper to the initiatives that have been brought in the space in the last 5 to 10 years would be critical and allowing an environment that is conducive. There are some that are arguing that local government is overregulated. And perhaps that would be one of the things that we have to look at when we deal with a review of the white paper on local government. Also, the issue of attracting competent skills within local government would be critical as part of an enabling environment in ensuring that we allow this space, this particular sphere of government to be able to attract the right types of skill. Without any further ado, by these few words, I was trying to welcome all of you to this second seminar and hoping that more specifically, let me welcome our speakers that would be introduced later on. We will have amongst us here also Saapam represented, and we will, without any further ado, because of time constraint, ask the president of Saapam, Professor Shai, to come forward and say a few words of support to this initiative. Professor Shai is attached to the University of Limpopo, to the School of, or to the Department of Political Science in Limpopo. He is also serving his second term as the president of Saapam. So I think the audience of Saapam is really excited to see you here, Prof. Shai, and we also are excited to see you here. Welcome.
Morning, colleagues and the program director. Thank you so much for the warm introduction in this unpredictable weather condition of the Cape. Let me really begin by extending my warmest greetings to everyone present here and our colleagues who may be joining this August meeting through the digital platforms. As I thank you for the opportunity to sponsor a message of support on behalf of the National Board of the South African Association of Public Administration and Management, popularly known as Saapam. Allow me to write on the protocol established earlier on by the program director. For those who may not be aware of what Saapam is, in a nutshell, Saapam is a professional and scholarly platform of cooperation between the scholars, the practitioners of public administration and management here in South Africa. We accept membership from individuals, either public service or within our universities, but also institutions. We're coming here today to really express our support to the Western Cape chapter of Saapam, the Stellenbosch University, represented by the School of Leadership here and the Center of Local Governance, for organizing this second edition of the Colloquium on Local Governance. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I invite all of you to join us in congratulating the constituent institutional members of this second Local Governance Colloquium for organizing yet another successful meeting of scholars and practitioners to engage on evidence-based discourse under the important and timely theme of local governance. There is no gainsaying in re-emphasizing the importance and or centrality of local governance in fast-tracking the much-needed service delivery within our communities, and to a greater extent in enhancing the quality of participatory democracy in our country. We see this meeting as being an important one, and it follows more or less like-minded activities that have been taking place in different chapters of the association, ranging from Limpopo, Northwest, Mpumalanga, and Gauteng. We see these activities as essentially build-up activities towards the much anticipated annual conference of Saapam, which is scheduled to take place during the last week of September in Thohoyandou, Limpopo province. From this program, colleagues of the Colloquium, it is suggested that as we explore the theme of this colloquium, we are destined to gain a greater consciousness and appreciation of the complementarities between science, policy, and practice of local governance in South Africa. A quick scanning of the program also shows that scientific research, which leads to a better understanding and knowledge of pertinent questions and issues about local governance in South Africa, is vital if we are not only to fast-track service delivery, but also to improve participatory democracy, my emphasis here, but also to ensure it is served by an ethical and a capable workforce, as emphasized by our country's national development plan. Colleagues, I don't want to really take much time because I also want to sit here and listen to the beautiful presentations that are going to be made here. But in short, I'm simply saying we are happy that we are here, partnering with the center, the school, and the university. I think this activity is also a testament to our continued and fruitful cooperation that we enjoy as constituent partners in this event. Prof, without further ado, let me wish you well and a successful colloquium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Shai. Apparently, the people online can't hear us. We should use a different mic. We should use this mic instead of this.
We hear you well.
We hear us very well now.
Yes, very well.
Thank you very much, Prof. Shai, for those encouraging words. I am mindful of time. Perhaps one of the things that I forgot to do when I was starting with the program was to introduce myself, taking for granted that everyone knows me. My name is Zwelinzi Mandevu. I am currently serving as a director of the School of Public Leadership at the University of Stellenbosch. So I think I have now introduced myself because people online were asking who I am. So those who don't know who I am, I probably now know that it's Zweli. I think without any further ado, I would then request our second speaker. As Prof. Shai has indicated, our aim is to blend practice and theory and be able to co-create solutions to challenges that we experience in local government. As a School of Public Leadership, we pride ourselves at a school that is at the center of doing some of those. And with partners and being a member of Saapam, we are able to leverage on the network that Saapam has to some of the work that we do. Without any further ado, let me call our next speaker, Mr. Sithole Mbanga, the current CEO of South African Association of Local Government. Sithole has a wealth of experience and knowledge and expertise in many areas, including operations, strategic planning, and has operated at an executive level for some time in government or in the public sector. The most recent position that he held was of Cities Network CEO, which was a network of cities and partners engaged in exchanging information, experiences, best practices on urban development and city. Furthermore, he has held various managerial positions in private and public sector, including initiatives that I've talked about in the cities network, learning networks, and also in business initiatives. Without any further ado, I present to you colleagues Sithole. Presentation is
This one. Okay. Sandevu, don't be alarmed. Local government, we are going through that, right? Where you set up something and think it's going to work, and right at a time when it's supposed to. Obviously, for us in local government, I think that local government is painful than. Oh, good morning, ladies. Let me pass greetings to colleagues that are online. Saying this because sometimes we easily forget people online, and I also want to thank Shai, one of our leaders in the South African. Mayor Shai, thinks he will be hosting you. He has just recently graduated, focusing on local government finance, and I think that gives you a sense of the extent to which, there's a lot of work that we are learning. And sing. I would like to also pass my greetings to. Should I close the door? Locked anybody in? Mr. Ashley Seil, greetings to you. And I'm making these greetings because I am wanting to also pass a very special greeting to former Deputy Speaker of Parliament. Well, here it says Mr. Solomon Lechesa Tsenoli. Now, when I was being introduced, you were making reference to my previous occupation in the South African Cities Network. And the way you speak about the Cities Network was an organization. No, it didn't start as an organization. It was a program. A time when local government was being established, one of the questions that was posed was, how are we going to give support to municipalities that are much more bigger? They have a huge responsibility in the country, and that reality still stays. There were discussions in many platforms, and one of those became a very formal platform that was led by Minister Mufumadi at the time. And the deal on the table was, we will continue to strengthen and ensure that SALGA exists, but we need to have a platform with which we are able to focus on what has now become called as the metropolitan municipality. So the Cities Network then got to be established, and I think you were part and parcel of those sessions, Chair. That was saying, like, how do we pay a special focus on municipalities that are larger out of the now 257 municipalities? I'm telling this story now because it is part and parcel of the conversations that we need to have. Something that we have started to think about as a solution in the South African Local Government Association. So thank you for inviting us to come here. and timely, because 2 days ago, the minister has now officially launched a review of the white paper on local. So this session is timely. In fact, so timely that we went back in the office of the CEO in Salga to say, what was the date when this institution asked us to come? And in January, someone in this university was saying, can you confirm what date you are intending? So the coincidence tells us something. You've got people in the ministry as the school, because the coincidence is a bit too much. But exactly a day after the review has been officially launched, here to speak. We intend as Salga, political leaders, as well as administrative people in Salga, we intend to utilize the next 12 months, because that's what we have been asked by the minister. Let's utilize the next 12 months to reimagine local art. Let's look at what has happened in the last generation, the first generation of democratic local government. And let's see what has worked, what has not worked, and let's start to reimagine what the next generation of local government, what should it? Our intention in Salga is to utilize the next 12 months to speak practice. That's not to undermine the role that is played by academic institutions. We think that theory is important, but practice is also important. So what Professor Shai was talking about when he speaks about Saapam, we think that local government, alternatively Salga, this is where practice and theory join at so ours is to bring the both sides of the story and let South Africans, exploiting the chance that has been given to us by government through the Minister of Cooperative Governance, to say, let's look at what has happened. I'm going to utilize about 12 slides or so to start our own reflection as Salga. We think of Salga, and you'll correct me as my leader and the councillor. We think of Salga as the leader of the fraternity. That's what we think of. We think that there are 257 municipalities. There's X number of government departments. There's X number of provincial governments. There's X number of legislatures, both at a national, at a provincial, but also even in the local space, by the way. A council is some form of a legislature. A legislature at a local, in a local space. So we always think of Salga as being the leader of the fraternity, not the leader of the local government sector, but the leader of the fraternity. In other words, any and everyone that is interested in a local government that works, in a local government that delivers to its people. I do notice that when Mr. Tsenoli speaks, his topic says the white paper vision remains valid, and we think so. We think so. We don't think there's no validity. We think that it is the blend between theory and practice that we need to be focusing on, and that's part and parcel. So I'm going to be talking about local government within the unity framework, and in your notes and in your briefing, you're asking us, Professor Ndevu, to talk about the government of national unity. We speak of a government of local unity because our experience has been there since day one. And we have slides to show that since the first time we established democratic local government, this notion of a government of local unity has always been there. It's nothing new to us. And perhaps this is about time that those that have understood government and governance only to be something that is national, to start understanding that there's a lot of lessons that you can harvest, that in fact you will be able to harvest from the local sphere of government. That is our truth. There are nuances, of course, on how the government of local unity has evolved. And those are the nuances that I wish to be able to speak to. There are opportunities for local government in the government of national unity. Indeed, there are. In the same way that there are opportunities for us to explore on the government of national unity and also learn, because in fact, in local government, these things that are called the governments of local unity have actually been stable. You will be surprised. There's quite a number of them. Excitement has only come now, only because the government of local unity is taking place in a metropolitan space. As if it doesn't matter to have a government of local unity if you are not in a municipal space, in a metropolitan space. There are many municipalities that took that form of a coalition government over the period. And it is those lessons that we think we want to share with all of South Africa on what we have learned. Potential challenges for local government in a government of national unity is something that I will speak to, and the lessons from the municipal coalition government. And perhaps I will conclude with some provocations that lead us to conclude in such a manner that there are questions to be asked, and we have to be asking these questions quite honestly as participants. And so thanks very much, therefore, for inviting us to come and speak, and I will start to. So let's start with what we see as the role of local government within the context of national unity. For us, and we will continue to say, people do not live in a national sphere. They do not live in a provincial sphere. People live in a local sphere. Therefore, local government is important to the desire, the yearning that we have as a country of changing lives. It's the bedrock of local democracy. And within the context of national unity, local government must become adaptive and it must be made resilient. Local government is not going to be and can never be and was never set up to be successful unless it resides on the support of the other spheres of government. And the other spheres of government is not only limited to the public sphere of government. One of the things that I have been speaking about generally as a person playing a role in SALGA is that in the last 25 years of democratic local government, we think, or I think, that we have focused so much on the politics of local government. We paid little attention on the business of local government, which is the business of delivering. And perhaps if we were to measure the last 25 years of democratic local government, and we think we have spoken enough about the politics of local government, perhaps the entry point for this second generation of democratic local government has to be about focusing on the work of local government, which is the business of local government, delivering basic services such as water, basic services such as electricity, and all other basic services that are associated with local government. Government of national unity serves as a coalition of diverse political interests, and this is the essence of a coalition. As local government, our experience says that coalitions do work, as a matter of fact. What matters most is what are we coalescing about? And perhaps this is the understanding of a coalition government that we need. What are we coalescing? What is bringing us together? And focus less on the things that are dividing us as society in a local space, whether it is at a ward, whether it is in a sub-region, whether it is a municipality as broadly as possible, but in fact, interestingly, as a country. And perhaps even outside of the country, what do we as the Southern African region think about? What is making us a people? So the notion of coalescing matters when we talk about the role of local government. And there are clear lessons of things that work and clear things of things that do not work in that particular. Let me spend a little bit of time on this slide and say this is a summary from the work that we are pulling together as we attempt to make a contribution to the roadmap that the minister has unveiled, which is our response to the white paper. We are pulling together a discussion document or a response to the discussion document about what are the challenges of local government. And we've put them into 4 categories. First, and perhaps we may come across as if we are offensive. We are not offensive. We think that this is important for us to talk about our experience. So a number of people have been saying, well, what is the SALGA's role in this process of the review of local government? And our role is to tell our story. That's what the response to the discussion document that has been released going to. It's going to be us telling our story. And our story is told in those 4 quadrants. There are issues of capabilities. There are issues of governance and leadership in government. I have made mention of the fact that we think that we've focused a lot on the politics of local government and not the business of local government. And in that, what we mean is we have almost either deliberately or not aware, we have literally thought that all of us as a country, we think that governing a municipality must be dependent only on those that are elected. Can't govern a municipality if you are only dependent, only, underline the word, only dependent on those that are elected. In other words, the mayor on her own cannot run a municipality politically. The mayor on his own needs the partnership from other sectors of society. Business, for instance, is a critical component to the success of a municipality. Business, as well as your civil society organizations, that leadership, that core leadership, has to help a mayor to define the question, what are we coalescing about? What is it that is bringing us together? Forget the design and all of those things, but what is bringing us together in a particular space? Because a municipality without a productive business that contributes to an economy is not going to lead to a successful municipality. So issues of leadership in local government, issues of governance, therefore, because someone who is running their business but forms part and parcel of the leadership of the municipality doesn't want to be sitting in council. As a matter of fact, how the system was designed, if you go deep into the studies of how the system was designed, you'll also realize that there was no intention of holding a council meeting every month, in certain instances twice a month, in certain instances 3 council meetings a month. Councils were meant to come ever so often, at least or at most, as a matter of fact, 4 times a year. For the council to come and look on a quarterly basis, what has this municipality done? What approvals is it seeking? What strategic inputs is it seeking? But what has now happened is that being in council has become a daily job. That was not the original design. The original design was not to be a day-to-day, meant to help in governance and leadership, so that you work with a municipal manager to enhance the capabilities in that particular municipality. Hence, the municipal manager or the city manager is the person that focuses on the capabilities of that municipality. So that's the first category of things that we will unpack as we engage in the white paper review as SALGA. Secondly, is the issue of the spatial transformation. Perhaps one of the most difficult questions that the country is going to have to contend. Apartheid. The reality of apartheid, you see it in the current spatial configuration of the country, where a majority of people don't have ease of access to their places of work. So we are unable to optimize places of stay, places of work, and places of leisure. So productivity and lack of productivity put in together. If you look at some of the studies that have been made, there are families that travel for 3-4 hours a day to get to a place of work. They, on average, spend half a day in hours to go to and fro work, 6 hours. And so they spend a lot of time at work. So they never have the opportunity or the derivative of spaces that have been made efficient. They have the derivative coming out of that spatial transformation that makes them to be able to take care of their families. So you then end up experiencing crime that is happening in local spaces precisely because the current spatial configuration of our municipalities is continually perpetuating the norms and the philosophy of apartheid, and hence leading to communities that are not sustainable. Third quadrant talks to the fiscal policy and the financial management. And this is where we're arguing. As much as we are engaged in this conversation, us as local government, we also have to take the responsibility. And that responsibility has to be the responsibility that says we have not been optimal in the utilization of the finances that have been afforded us as the local sphere, either individual municipalities or collectively. There are areas where money has actually been abused, if not stolen, deliberately. And this is where the politics come in. This is where it's difficult to excuse all of us as society as having contributed to the failures in local government. It is not possible that municipalities have been unable to engage in expenditure in certain instances responsibly in such a manner that the Auditor General, as an institution that gives assurance, it is unable to give assurance precisely because some of the systems that have been put in place either have not worked or they have actually been abused by us as practitioners in the local government space. We have. So we must take responsibility and say we have abused, and, or rather, we became party to the abuse of financial resources by exploiting for our own personal benefit. Some of us, not all of us, but some of us, we have not been accountable. There are a number of municipalities that get to be mentioned every day that are unable to account. There are in fact, when you look at the municipal audit reports that will come out this year, there are municipalities that have spent years stuck in one place, being unable to account. And when you speak to colleagues in that particular municipality about the need to at least account, if you have been given 100 rands, account for that 100 rands. However insufficient that 100 rands might have been, at least account and say, this is what I have done with the 10 rands that was given to myself. This is how beneficial or not beneficial that resource has been to the communities that I'm supposed to serve. And the last category of the key challenges is the issues related to service delivery and infrastructure. This, when we look at, we are going to have to take a posture that enables us to understand that if you understand infrastructure in the municipal space, it will differ from one space to another. The infrastructure of the city, of the infrastructure needs of the city of Cape Town, for instance, are different to the infrastructure needs of another municipality that might be a metro, notwithstanding the fact that those municipalities could be metros. So differentiation matters in how we're going to have to be looking at service delivery and infrastructure. So these four sets of spectacles, so to speak, matter to how we are going to be responding to the local government review that we are being called. Let me speedily talk to this and touch base and expect that most of us in this room, either as practitioners in the municipal space or as academics, or as non-practitioners, but as communities that are experiencing or not experiencing service delivery. These are some of the problems that we have spoken of, that we are going to be speaking of. Poor political leadership. Our president at Salga has become famous for utilizing the word of an invisible hand in the political management of that is true. The truth is that, and I think as Minister said at the launch 2 days ago, it is going to be very important for us to start and unpack the question of how do we make sure that there is no political interference in the governance of municipalities? Because this requires a certain level of political maturity for political organizations that are the ones that are in government in the local space to understand what role it is that they are playing to weaken and or to strengthen what a municipality looks like. Inefficient and non-integrated local government delivery mechanism. One of the things that government has directed us to, particularly President, was the district development model. The district development model, and I know that in the Western Cape province, it is referred to differently. There's a different term, but really the essence is the same, right? The district development model as a concept is something that makes sense. It should be made to work. It is a process or a tool that has been proposed and can work, in which all of government assembles and finds a common agenda. Remember, we have to be prioritizing what will work first, that which will ensure that we are able to deliver. That is a conversation of state-owned enterprises, local municipalities, the provincial government, your business, your non-governmental organizations, and everybody to matter. So it is possible that we can find ways of making efficient our delivery mechanisms or a system. Thirdly, ineffective utilization of financial resources, and I think I have made mention to this, but I think the biggest thing that we must say as local government, we have not been sufficiently funded as a sphere of government relative to other spheres. Since birth, local government has never been funded by more than 9.5% of the national system. So therefore, already we have been set up to fail in a way, to be accusatory in our approach. The truth of the matter is that we have not and will never be in a position to raise 90% of our own revenue as municipalities. Especially because the base of the economy, the base from which we are supposed to be raising this, what I need as a municipal manager, nowhere to be found. We have instances or municipalities where you have 80%, 70%, 60% by household or by population when you measure. So if you are living in an environment where there is no economy that employs and therefore creates financial resources for those that are supposed to be paying for services, for water, for electricity, and for other services, by the way, that no one ever looks at as a cost. Security in a municipality matters. Each furniture matters. All those things of beautification, there's a cost associated with that. So sometimes when we get to be criticized for not cutting the lawn, we have to associate that with the fact that there's a cost associated with us cutting grasses. Right? So it's not just the leakage of water that should be our concern. Some of the things they look basic, but when you multiply them and say on a year by year, how much does it cost to cut grass? I remember I have had an experience of a political leader who called X number of mayors in the metropolitan space and say, colleagues, why are you failing just to cut grass? Something that is simple. The answer was easier said than done. I do want to cut grass. By the way, before I cut grass, I have to give employment to some people that are already on my door that you have brought to employ. So there's a lot in it that we need to understand what the implications of all of this. And of course, the last issue is that degenerating infrastructure. and non-existence or poor services that are associated with it. I think I have covered these four issues. Let's look at this particular slide. It's a very important slide for us. I've made mention of how far we as local government, how far back are we coming with coalitions. In the year 2000, which is the first elections under the auspices of democratic local government, we had 29 coalitions. So there's nothing new. Don't get excited with this thing of coalition. No, that's the point that we have learned lessons out of it. So in the year 2000, we had 29. In the year 2021, we had 81 coalitions. So between the year 2000, across all of those local government elections, we moved from 29 coalition governments. We now have 81. If my numbers are correct, because there are changes that might have happened in the last 2 days or so. But that number tells you something. But here is something that makes the coalitions to have become an issue for us. In the 2016, that there was a sudden attention to coalition government. Because then we suddenly had metropolitan government. This is now suddenly why it becomes a matter. We're like, why is everybody shocked? We've been talking about this. Remember, some of the things that we have been talking about, and this is where the pragmatism and the theory comes in. So you will sit in your research, and you're doing research, and you're talking about these things. 5 years, you're talking, and no one is listening to you. And suddenly, boom, in the year 2016, 27 coalitions, and some of them are coalitions. And there were tons of mistakes. Tons of administrative mistakes that happened as a consequence of the coalitions. Because coming into power expediently, right, on the back of an angry electorate, right, then, Professor, you then become a city manager or you become a mayor. You come there with the vigor, I'm going to solve it. You don't realize that actually there's a difficulty, there's a lot of complexity. Those institutions. One of the things that most people that came into office during that time, perhaps for the first time, was the complexity of these institutions. I mean, if you look at a metropolitan municipality, it commands billions upon billions. Someone had made a comparison that says, take the metropolitan municipalities in South Africa and put them in the stock exchange as companies, they will probably be part and parcel of the top 15 companies in the stock exchange. That's the value that they have. And that balance sheet that you're putting on is just monetarily. If you start to then look at some of the latent assets, the infrastructure that they have, they will be commanding much more than some of the that we always think that they are big. So these institutions are big. There's something else that I want to say. Statistics. Coming out of, if you look on the far right of the slide, the 21 coalitions, we have demarcated of which of these coalitions are stable, which ones are unstable. 47 in our numbers are stable. Up to now, they're stable coalitions, and 34 are not stable. And I think we know we've all seen and experienced what this is. So again, this is the point that we're making. You can look at it province by province. You can look at it year by year, and you can also look at something that talks about the stability of the coalition government. So for us, the issue is society is to not be shocked by this thing of coalition government. All of us as society, we must be honest and say, what are lessons about? What democratic South Africa has done or has given us as a gift is to take decisions about our own spaces and what should be happening in our own municipalities, so that we are the ones that unpack and answer the question, what is making us coalesce? What makes our society or my neighbor or my neighbors or my ward, what makes it matter to me? And those are the things that cannot be answered by a single lady or a single gentleman that is called a mayor or a municipal manager or a not only those the group of individuals that are in council that for which this question. Let me bring again another slide. This slide is important. I'm sorry. The one thing that we realize is that we haven't acknowledged the source. The source is from Stats SA. So the question is, if we were to solve the problems that we are articulating, right, in local government, if we were to exploit the opportunity that is being given to us currently by the review of the white paper on local government, and we're tactical about it, because the problem is now big, right? Understand that there is an increasing rate of urbanization. In other words, most people call it urbanization. I call it deruralization. Because theoretically, for me, urbanization happened in Europe. I think that's what you taught me. Took place in Europe precisely because at the time there was industrialization. In South Africa, we are not experiencing industrialization. Should we still be calling it urbanization? Shouldn't we be calling it deruralization? And understand it from a theory point of view. And this is where the value of the farmers, what is driving? As a municipal manager or as a city manager or as a mayor, I do not have the time sufficient to be able to analyze what those causes are. So the value of the relationship or a municipality requires is for organizations such as yours to help us unpack what is driving particular phenomena. And so that definition of the deruralization is perhaps mine and some, but certainly in South Africa, we speak of it as the truth of the matter is that there are certain spaces, and in these instances, we are phantoming, and I support the generalization, much more perfect figure. % of our population stays in only 17 municipalities out of the 257. So the top 20 municipalities in terms of population. So if we were to solve our problems through the eyes of these top 20 municipalities, or even at it, the top 30 municipalities, target the top 20, will we solve our problems? Will we? Can we? Should we? Shouldn't we? Can we be in a position to influence national government? Can we be in a position to influence business and say, these spaces matter if we want a much more sustainable country, a much more productive country, a much more inclusive country? So that this thing is something we are conscious about, something we are deliberate about. It's not a mistake. So sometimes it's very easy to be excited, moved, by the way, by the revolutions that you see in places like China. And that is good. But what does that mean for us? How can you, and for us, this is what the review of the white paper is about. It's about how do we do things differently, right? Away from being fixated only with, how do we make sure that we make things happen? Because this matters. By the way, 34.5% of the population, the 9 largest coalition government municipalities, right? Let me just take that. So effectively, 39% of the population lives in governments of local coalitions or governments of national unity. So it matters to understand that this phenomena is likely theoretically. Let me then move ahead. What are other opportunities that we think the government, the local government of unity or the government of national unity it means? We speak of an enhanced collaboration, right? Politically. Clearly, our lessons tell us if we do not collaborate politically, we are not going to take the country anywhere. So no one must stand up and feel more right or more correct than others. We have to find a way. In fact, this is, in short, maturity. This is leadership maturity. Now, leadership maturity, I'm not sure if you can train a person to become matured. I don't know how it's done. But it's something that we have to think about. What does it mean to be politically matured, right? To be part and parcel of putting your shoulder, right, to what is demanded. Increased community engagement. And this is something that is important, by the way, the former speaker. speaks very strongly about the need for community participation, taking community participation serious. In fact, most IDP platforms are not being attended to or are not being exploited, and they have lost their value, their flavor, right? In terms of what does the community mean through its participation. So how do we sophisticate that? How do we make sure that the tools that we utilize to ensure that there is community, meaningful community or partnership engagement, something that we are able to measure ourselves against, and then innovate around issues of where coalition governance can foster a culture of innovation. And there's a lot of work that's been done. I have been party to initiative that is being driven by our colleagues in Salga in KwaZulu Natal, where they are utilizing young people to help them come up with solutions to very problems that they are experiencing. And it's not about purchasing an app somewhere, right, and import it into South Africa, and then you then realize that it's not working. Those become bottom-up productions of solutions to the problems. And there's many of them, by the way. And some of them are very, very basic that we need to be enhancing so that solutions are owned by communities. Otherwise, we are going to assume that it's always easy to take technology and innovation elsewhere and want to impose them in the South African space. Sometimes that is part and parcel of the challenge that we have. I'm left with 3 slides. What is the political potential challenges government of national unity, bureaucratic inertia? I've made mention of it, where I say I don't report to this collective. And it's all about personalities, by the way, in most instances. Nothing to do with the possibility of ensuring that the coalition around an agenda works. Where you find people become so bureaucratic, they actually utilize bureaucracy not to make delivery happen. It's a big problem. And I think we might have, in fact, I think some of the or elements of it. It's in the current experience of the government of national, where there's resistance, or I don't want to, or I am waiting for an instruction. The culture thing. Yeah, so you can have the best strategy, but if the culture in that organization is wrong, it's very big or a government of the culture still exists, as we have experienced. There are instances that coalitions have worked. There are instances that they do not work. And what is the problem? Bureaucratic inertia is part and parcel of the problem. The allocation of resources, I think it's something that we will continue having, but someone has to stand up. I typically make an example that as a country, we hosted the World Cup 2010. A typical example where resource allocations was centered. One person was reporting on the issues of it became a successful project. So it's not something that is important. Lastly, in terms of the challenges, is going to be accountability and transparency. Is what we are going to have. Because we have to be accountable for every cent that the state affords us as spheres of government, as well as national. Second, last, what we think we will learn from the municipal coalitions for the government of national unity, establishing clear governance frameworks, and for us to understand that organizations that have governance frameworks, building trust and relationships. Times today, coalescing, the verb part of it. That's the noun around the coalitions. But what are we coalescing about? like a marriage. Why are we in this? Of course, thirdly, which is very important, which is fundamental, getting, if we were to utilize Brenda Fast's song, getting uMakgadebe to be part and parcel of the decision making. Get communities. Let's not undermine them and say, you didn't go to academic experience, you didn't go to school. But those people matter, actually. Most instances, those people that you think that the culture of participation, a culture of sharing information becomes. Let me move away from this concluding remarks and perhaps leave you with what we called a goodbye. I think this because the issues that I hear, I think I've more or less spoken to them. An important slide. All of you have heard every day, heard one thing, and perhaps for the last 5 years, heard one thing. Hey, Omaspala, they are not working. They're lazy. They're stealing money. They are thieves. They are useless. They are all names that are attributed to us. Every day. Something that everybody gets to be saying. And you'll probably pick up any newspaper today. I'm not talking about Hester. No, I'm talking about now. There's a journalist, someone that's writing and saying, municipalities owe 128 billion to the state. That part of the narrative you will get. In fact, it's possibly not 128, possibly more, that we as municipalities. What I have done is to give you a reason why we owe. Oh, because the people that are supposed to give us the 90% that's whether you like it or not, they are nowhere to take towards the electricity, towards water. They don't. So yes, we are guilty. 100. But we, as municipalities, we are owed 405 billion. We are owed. That's what all of us here owe municipalities. All of us here owe municipalities. In fact, we could close this door and lock and take your rates statements and do a sample here. Probably realize that all of us here are guilty as charged. That's the reality of the municipality. One thing that we never stand up as municipalities up and do or say, because you owe us 405 billion, we're gonna be switching off your water. We're gonna be, no, we don't do that. Unfortunately, it's because of the nature about that thing. As you start to understand what it means to be in a municipality and you think, by the way, that 405. Said, no, you know what, President, don't you fund government to pay us? You will see that 128 billion will be gone like this.
Colleagues to make an input. It was really thought-provoking. I mean, you started by briefly giving us an overview of what local government's objectives are. You then also went further to talk about local government being center of governance and should be the focal point in terms of governance. You unpacked the challenges that local government is experiencing, and you had that quantum of 4 areas that you have actually looked at, which you looked at capacity, governance, and leadership on the one hand. You looked at fiscal and policy and financial management. On the other hand, you have also looked at spatial transformation and inclusion. At the other hand, and lastly, you looked at service delivery and infrastructure. You've also unpacked some of the suggestions that you are putting forward as position points as SALGA in trying to not only diagnose but to deal with the issues that you find challenging at local government level. I think it would be, while you have presented opportunities to deal with some of these issues, it would also be important to really give colleagues here an opportunity to be able to engage with your presentation, even if it's one or two questions that they might have. And Pereka would assist me if there are comments online. There is a hand there at the back, Dr. Kaywood, and is a roving mic that would us with to some of these questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Prof, and thank you, CEO. Good morning to the rest of the colleagues. When he started off, Prof, I had a different question around the review on the white paper or local government, but this slide has triggered something. Perhaps I would like to hear Salga's opinion in terms of, do you think that the South African model of cooperative governance is working, specifically when you're looking at the municipal debt? What the CEO perhaps will not say is that, you know, I have observed over time, Treasury acting as a collection agency, rather, maybe for other spheres of government that are owed by the municipalities, for instance, ESCOM, your water boards, where National Treasury will take a decision to withhold the equitable share of those municipalities because they are owing another organ of state. But we don't see the National Treasury doing the same when it comes to municipalities that are owed. And you are rightfully pointing out that municipalities are being owed billions, and it's been growing. In particular, the government debt has been growing since 2004. What then makes us think that if we can't cooperate at an intergovernmental level, what do you think, what makes us think that the GNU perhaps at a national level might work? Because in my view, we are compromising local government by using the word IGR, where we justify not paying and refusing for municipalities to switch off power in hospitals, in schools, etc., using the very same IGR, and it's not working for local government. It seems to be working for other spheres of government. But in particular, just the input on Treasury acting as a collective agent for other spheres of government when they're not doing the same for local government. And I know that they are aware, they are legally obligated to do so by law, but the law speaks of organs of state that are owing each other, but Treasury is only focusing on the debt that municipality owes. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kaywood. As the CEO is taking notes of that, I will give to
Thanks for that question, Kaywood. Cooperative governance working, it can be better. I think that's the best thing to say. It can be made to work better. Therefore, for local government, it's not working. For local government. And remember, local government is a sphere of government, not a level of government. No. In fact, perhaps if we had levels in government and not spheres, local government would possibly be an important level to a level. So we still respect even in terms of the language, right? Our lexicon, we still talk about spheres. But you'll hear others talk about levels, and then you see level. We thought we're sphere, we're interspherial. Because even the culture, remember, the language is a culture. It matters how you're looking at us. If you're looking at us as a level, then clearly your conception of who we are as local government, there's something. We are not looking at the same thing. We're not seeing, right? We're not looking at the same thing, clearly, right? So cooperative governance is unfortunately for this sphere, it's not working. And the examples that you are using for us exemplify why it is not working. I don't want to say that National Treasury is a debt collector for ESCOM. No, but that's what I'm using your words. But that's how it looks like. That's how it feels. Because again, I mean, if we had time, we could look at a particular case study where in areas where ESCOM is delivering electricity, but is unable to collect. In fact, let's talk about a very popular one, Soweto. They don't pay. They tell, no, we're not paying. No one does anything to and we have had our municipalities, we've had their accounts, bank accounts closed on because they owe ESCOM. And where you would have thought that our sphere of government intervenes with a clear intention of ensuring that we are able to cooperate, cooperative governance, cooperate around the problem. The intervention becomes one that says, you pay, we'll talk tomorrow. So unfortunately, what we are also beginning to see is that it's not only on electricity. What we've started to see is that there is a potential for a conflict or antagonistic relationships between the sphere and water, or on water, on the water agenda. Hopefully we should be able to stem that conflict and talk about it. That's what Nelson Mandela taught us. That's what that generation of first democratic South Africa taught us. Sit down and talk about problems. Don't use the courts, right, to talk about your conflicts. But now we have seen national government allowing departments within that sphere to use courts, right, instead of getting us to speak and get them to understand what is the problem. Similarly, it might be coming to waste management. Now, these are three trading services for a municipality. These are three sources of revenue. I've not included rates. These three are very important to the livelihood. Hence, our president utilizes the word, the cannibalization of the local. Because of what we are seeing is that, local government here has been cannibalized. And there's a problem with that. Because our constitution, the founding document of who we are as a society, the founding document that talks about what are we coalescing about, where we are eating each other up. So unfortunately, I personally don't think it's working.
So you mentioned the issue of the recent trading for reform on finance ring fencing of trading services. So I want to ask you, what do you think the impact of that is going to be on municipal finances in the short and long term for most of the municipalities that you represent? I can understand the rationale for ring fencing to ensure financing of the asset over the entire life cycle, but it's also going to compromise the ability of local governments in the short term to cross-subsidize, and it's going to leave in the short term a huge hole in the fiscal framework. So, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so that is fact. And I think let me unpack what I understand, not your question, but your comment to be. Not your question. I hear your question or comment to say to us as local government, get out of the room and find a solution. That's what you're telling us. They're saying there's a problem. Go outside and find a solution and bring it to the room and get there. And this is where we are falling short. So on that score, I will agree. But as local government, we have to respond to what has been put as a proposal by others. The others are saying, listen here, take trading services and ring fence them. That's a suggestion. We as local government, we can't be angry and rebut without providing solutions. So that's what I agree with you. Also important for those then that have put the proposal of trading services being ring-fenced. And by the way, there are models in other parts of the world to us, South America, other provinces. So it's not like it's a question of, are we ready for that change? Being ready for that change is not equal to ring fencing these services, right? And a hold on the institutions. Go and find the other 90%. So the suggestion to ring challenge. No city manager, no mayor says, okay, now, right? I'm not going to deliver electricity. Municipalities provide a basket of goodies. We don't provide a goodie. Give you a basket and we say, walk into the municipal market. Get in there, in the council or in the municipality, buy. How much? Hidden. Security. Who pays for your electricity on the street? Who? Prof. Yeah, someone has to pay for that. We are not saying that it must be given to municipalities for free, no. But the advent of providing safety for women, for children, for communities means someone must pay for it. So if the ring fencing of these trade services is going to be equal to removing what otherwise could have been subsidized by you paying for water, electricity, and. And we must be saying to South Africans, we are now creating unsafe spaces for you. Let's say so. Let's all go and say to South Africans, we are now going to create unsafe spaces for your children, for the women that are working there 6 hours per day. This woman who must be leaving home at 3 a.m., there isn't going to be electricity. She could be attacked. And let's be happy with that. This is the local government white paper review. It's making us rethink our decisions. It's not saying trading services. I will never sit and say it's wrong on its own. But as part of the perspective of things to do, a municipality is not the department, it is the department. That's the challenge. So I'm happy to receive contributions, and I'm sure they right to us. That's like the way we wrote the Constitution. And I remember as a student, we said, no contributions. So that's not a long response. But that's the complexity. But you are going to Or how do we?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think it was really a very insightful and stimulating presentation. I do not disagree with the contents of your presentation, but I think for me what is very clear is the nexus between power abuse, political dynamics, and politicking. I take you back to your earlier point where you said you used the word maturity. And I would like to think that our democracy of 30 years has not reached that maturity. And I see that in the type of political leaders that we have. I wish they were sitting in this classroom listening to your presentation, because we need to school them on governance. We don't need to school them on politicking. I mean, they would pass with distinction. The other point I want to make is about how I see local government, and I want to use the analogy of a house. If the foundation is not strong, forget about the house weathering all types of weather. Whether it's a storm, whether it's fierce winds, it's going to crumble. And I see that crumbling because our foundation is not stable. The other point I want to talk about is the research that we have done on corruption. We found that, especially in local government, in middle management, the nature, scale, and scope of corruption is most prevalent. And I'm just wondering, what role do we as universities play in the fight against corruption and in promoting good governance? Because I see this, this paradigm shift in most countries around the world, where they bring in think tanks and use existing knowledge systems, then appoint international consultants to come and tell them what is going wrong in their own countries. So just some of the things that I want to say, and I'm very glad we are having this partnership with Saapam, with this organization, SALGA, and the university. And I would like to think that we have a lot that we can contribute to promote good governance. Thank you.
Thanks.
Excuse me, Sithole, can you just stay behind the mic? We can't hear you online if you move around.
I do apologize. Okay. No, sorry, I do apologize. I apologize. No. So I think this is fine. I'll stand here. I promise next time. So, Prof. Pillay, I was saying at some point, my young life, I attempted to be an academic and I got bored a bit at UDW. I do not. Yeah. And one of the things that I think I have experienced with academic institutions, and no accusations to Prof. Shai, to yourself, Prof, is how sometimes, again, at our cost as local government, compete yourselves to the ground to no benefit. So compete, and in fact, you cannibalize each other as academic institutions, and you do not collaborate for our benefit. And as a result, we end up sometimes not even knowing, hey, should we buy that course from Prof or from Prof or from Prof, or we don't know. And by the way, we don't have the time and the luxury as municipal practitioners to be taking these decisions. So try to make our life easy, therefore, right? But this is what we are trying to do. Alga. We have told ourselves that we are building an engine. We're not assembling, we are building an engine. That's the working slogan that we have in our head. Because we have realized that the working environment where our municipalities, right, who are our mandators, they mandate us. Their working environment is fast changing. It's almost like how climate change is happening. It's so fast, it's so rapid that we have to build a machine that is able to adapt to the pace of these. So there are three things, and maybe I might have repeated them. One, we can't have municipalities that do not rely on leadership. We can't. So we are doing everything in our damnness to flip our business so that it focuses on building a pool of leaders from which local government is going to be able to grow from. The mayor that I'm talking about doesn't rely on him or herself only because I am a member of party X, Y. Because I am being taught that for my success, it has to be reliant on the others that are not necessarily sitting in council, leadership, right? So there you go. So are you guys able to start fathoming for us something about what is local government leadership? What should that animal look like? And how are we going to make it? Right? This is part and parcel of this reimagination of local government. Secondly, the notion of differentiation. What does it mean to differentiate? In SALGA, we have 6 mandates. Lobby, an employer body, we do all sorts of things. All of these 6 mandates of SALGA, we have to do. But the way we do it has to be differentiated. How we lobby for Kokstad, how we lobby for Mkhanyagote. How we lobby for Mkhanyagote has to be different for how we lobby for George. How we lobby for the city of Tshwane has to be different for how we lobby for Nelson Mandela, because those institutions are different from each other. They are like our 257 children, if I were to use your analogy, Prof. Pillay, in this household. In our household as SALGA, we have 2. Imagine what mammoths in our program. Last one is being an evidence-based, a data-driven organization. Because we haven't utilized data in decision-making. So yes, we go and lobby on behalf of local government to the presidency. We go to the president's Lekhuta. We go to the premier's Lekhuta. We go to all those things. But this is our weakness, we've realized. We haven't exploited the value of data in the work that we. So those are the 3 things that we want as we get to that hill just before or after the local government elections, to come with a blueprint that says, society, this is our business plan as well. These are the 3 elements that it's going to be. Hopefully we will have enough time between delivering a new white paper and the elections, right? Yeah. And a new leadership of SALGA, because after election we must have a new leader. So you can imagine what happens please feel free to help us. We are. Thanks very much, Prof.
We have one question that's online as well. It's from Colin Frank. He is asking, where have we gone wrong with the transformation and the financial accountability in local government, and what can be done to mitigate that risk? Thank you.
Okay, where did we go wrong? If you go to some of the slides, okay, let me put it like this. There are many factors. One, the economy upon which our reliance on finances used to be is no longer there. It's gone, right? Even our counterparts in National Treasury, they tell us, guys, the fat is gone. We no longer have space to play around with finances. And I think we know it. In fact, today, or is it tomorrow, the budget, after 3 iterations, will hopefully be agreed to. And this is because we're fighting about the fact that that budget no longer has, it is as thin, in fact, if there's any, in fact, the Minister of Finance, I think in one of his many public speeches, he was saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, we are paying what, 2 billion rands a day on debt. No longer have the Trevor Emmanuel days where he had a lot of fat. So that's the first problem. Secondly, if the economy is flat, it means for us as local government, our source of revenue in the form of rates and payment of services is also gone. So we've got a serious problem on that. Thirdly, we will and we mustn't, as local government, we mustn't pull wool over the eyes of South Africans and say we were also irresponsible. Corruption, let me put it like that. And I'm sure you can write a chapter, Prof, about corruption. I'm sure you can tell me when does corruption start? It starts in the soul. We see these things on social media as well. People that are abusing public resources because they get those access to those public resources easily. So there's many factors, but we've lost it. It's not like there's no rules of engagement. It's not like there's no systems. They are there. They've been written by yourselves as professors. The question is, how do we then practice those things that you have proposed should be done? There's laws. Right? There's the Public Finance Management Act. Maybe the best person, maybe what you may want to do is to sit in some of the colloquiums that the Auditor General talks to when she talks about what's happening from a financial resourcing and expenditure in the public sector is. So it's, there's many, it's not one factor, it's a combination of things, but it can be solved. That part, I can tell you, it can be solved, yeah.
On behalf of the School of Public Leadership at Stellenbosch University in Saapam, allow me to thank you for that very thought-provoking presentation and give you a small token of our appreciation.
So the first thing you do in dealing with finance is you declare. I once worked for an organization where you don't declare. Thanks very much.
Colleagues, thank you very much for your patience. I must indicate that I always teach in this room, and the watch here at the back does not work when I'm teaching here. Today it's working, so I thought it was not working. So if we have wasted a lot of time, it is my fault because I thought the watch is not working at the back because it normally does not work. And I realize now when I checked my phone as well that today it is working. I'm not sure whether it's a sabotage or what, that it is working when we are here today. We will move along in terms of our program and call our next speaker. Our next speaker is Advocate Ashley Sill, who is the Provincial Commissioner of the Public Service Commission in the Western Cape, in the province of the Western Cape. Before that, he has worked independently or practiced law independently. After that, he then moved to work in the provincial government, in the consumer office, and worked also at local government around consumer issues as well. He is a very known person around advocating for rights of those marginalized. And now he has been given a role to advocate for rights of those that are working in the public sector and maybe marginalized within that space. Without any further ado, Advocate, please.
Morning, colleagues. Thank you for providing us with the opportunity of with this important platform. Glad that I've been mic'd up, so I won't be reprimanded from by members online if I do stray a little bit. So thank you for that. I greet you on behalf of the Public Service Commission, and particularly our chairperson, Oda Fikeni, Prof. Fikeni, extend warm greetings to all of you, both those online as well as today, and as indicated that the Commission is thankful for the opportunity to engage with academia as well as other interested stakeholders on this topic today. I also extend my greetings to Prof. Ndevu. We had an occasion to meet many, many years ago. He reminded me exactly how long ago that was, way back in, I think it was 2007. That was before he was a professor. He was working for CPUT. We engaged in a community engagement project where we took the issue of consumer rights to citizens. Had a very fruitful project, and you know, we had a good time working together. And last year, when I was appointed to this position, my chairperson said to me, one of the first things you need to do is start partnerships with academia. Developed MOUs with WC and Stellenbosch University. And I was asked to engage with Stellenbosch University. I walked into his office and we were both surprised to see each other. We had, I had not realized that the Zweli Ndevu that I would be engaging with, or the Prof. Zweli Ndevu, was the same person that I had that engagement. Really. Prof. Shai, thank you for your warm words of welcome and support this morning. We really appreciate it. Engagement at the Commission as with Saapam. Two fellow colleagues that Mr. Mbanga that spoke ahead of me, a really engaging, thought-provoking, and insightful presentation that made one think about a lot of issues that is raised. So, retired Deputy Speaker Tsenoli, when we hear from him, we will also be engaged with many, many importance. So I'm looking forward to that. Colleagues, I'm sure that might be asking the question, those of you that are aware of the work that the Public Service Commission does, how does the Commission factor into a discussion that deals with local government? Because the Public Service Commission, according to its current mandate, its mandate and function only extends to provincial and national government. Local government and SOEs are excluded. So why have the Commission as part of today's discussion? I'm hoping that my presentation, and you must view the presentation as being a possible suitor for local government. So I'm standing in front of local government, and I'm viewing local government as, you know, a very beautiful partner that I'm interested in forming a partnership with. And I'll be regaling you with tales of how I can assist, support, and accommodate you in the local government space by the nature of the work that the Commission does. Unfortunately, if I'm not able to convince you about you know, the positives of the offerings from the Public Service Commission, it might be a forced marriage, which I'll speak to later on in the presentation when we speak about the Public Service Commission bill. So it's a new piece of legislation at quite an advanced stage parliamentary process. Engaged with the NCOP, one of the select committees, and the bill will now be advanced to various provincial legislatures. I'll speak a little bit about that in the presentation, what it means, what the implication for local government is. So the outline of the presentation will basically be just engaging with you on the leadership and the mandate of the Public Service Commission. I'll also link the strategic outcomes that we have as an organization and how that dovetails with some of the very important objectives that are prescribed in the National Development Plan. I'll give you some practical examples because I think it's all good and well analyzing the Constitution and explaining to you what the provisions in the Constitution is as far as the work of the Commission is. But it will give you a better insight into what it is that we do if I explain and give you some practical examples of the actual work that we do as a Commission. How the work that the Commission does supports currently and assists provincial and national government on a range of issues. I'll also speak a little bit about some of the existing projects that we have in different areas. We do a lot of monitoring and evaluation, lots of research that's been done by the Commission on very important topics, some of them also including research on the area of corruption and how corruption impacts on the state. Other examples that I will also do. And to close off the presentation, I'll deal with the issue of the Public Service Commission legislation currently in Parliament. This just gives you a graphic representation of the 14 commissioners that we have 13 at the moment. There's one vacant. But these are the current commissioners at the Public Service Commission. 5 commissioners at the top, they are so-called national commissioners. They are appointed or recommended by the National Assembly and then eventually appointed by the President. And then we have 9 provincial commissioners who are recommended by the provincial legislatures, recommended by the Premier as well, and then final appointment is done by the President. It's important for me to note that there is a process through which commissioners are appointed. Many people often say that the commissioners are politically appointed. It's an assignment. You know, it is not a process of application and consideration. That's not the case. We apply for a position, we are interviewed, and based on our fit for purpose obligations, the relevant legislature will then make a recommendation with regards to the suitability of a particular candidate for the post of commissioner. As I said, we have 1 vacancy, that's in the Northwest. We're hoping that pretty soon, in the next 3 to 6 months, we will have a full complement of commissioners that perform their functions in the province as well as at a national level. The reason why we have 14, often recently when we engaged with the portfolio committees at Parliament, and we went through the public participation process for the bill, some of the comments were there's no need for 14 commissioners, it's too much. Cost containment, you need to reduce the size of the commission. The number of commissioners is prescribed in the Constitution. So this is not a number that has been decided upon by the commission itself. It's in fact a constitutional obligation, and hence we have 14 commissioners. The 5, as I've indicated, are on national level, predominantly responsible for monitoring and oversight of national departments, although provincial commissioners will also play a role in the monitoring and oversight of national departments, because in some instances, you will have national departments with provincial offices, and therefore there will be a dovetail between national commissioners. Each one of us has a specific area of focus, an area of skill. For example, I come from a legal background, and we have currently 3 commissioners that are previous academics. We have Prof. Somadoda Fakeni, Prof. Makanya, who was the VC at UNISA, and we also recently have appointed Prof. Brian Nakedi from, I think he was from the Free State University. We have 3 academics that are part of the commission, and the rest of my colleagues all have particular skill either in public administration, public management, or in some other area. This is also an important slide for us, just to give you an overview of what the commission looks like. This is the administration. I spoke about the commissioners. That's your executive, if I can use that terminology. But this will be the nuts and bolts operation. think of it as a national department. You can see in terms of the number of posts, we only had 279. And when I looked at this, I thought to myself, my previous life, I worked for the Provincial Department of Economic Development and Tourism, where the post numbers were the same, and that's a provincial department. This is a national constitutional body with a monitoring and oversight function for national and provincial government extending throughout the country. And we have 279 officials that support the Commission in the important work that it does. As you can see, we also have provincial offices. Western Cape, the area that I'm responsible for currently, we only have 11 officials that are responsible for the work of the Commission province. And the same applies typically throughout the rest. In terms of the mandate, what is it that we do? So in terms of, we are constitutional bodies, Chapter 10, which deals with public administration, and Section 196 of the Constitution creates our powers and functions. And we ultimately an oversight body responsible for monitoring, evaluating, and investigating public administration and personnel practices in the state. And that's done in a variety of ways, either in terms of dealing with complaints, dealing with grievances, dealing with investigations, and dealing with inspections. And we'll unpack that a little bit as the presentation. The Constitution also gives the Commission specific powers. These are powers of providing recommendations, providing advice and guidance to state institutions, but it also importantly allows the Commission directions on particular areas. And these directions are binding. Direction that is issued to a particular department must be implemented by that particular department, but these directions only relate to practices involving recruitment, transfers, promotions, and dismissals. So it's not a general power that is applicable on any aspect affecting the state. It's only related to those 4 particular areas. As a constitutional institution, independence and impartiality is critical, and this is provided for in Section 196 of the Constitution. But one of the reasons why we've developed a new Public Service Commission bill is to address the issue of independence, because currently we are not structured in the same format as other Chapter 9 constitutional authorities. We are not outside of government. Currently, we are within the stable of the Department of Public Service and Administration. So think of us as another department, sub-department, reporting to the DPSA. Currently, I have the Minister of Public Service and Administration as our minister that is responsible for the oversight of us as a commission. In terms of independence, that's not the way things should be. We should be similar to the Public Protector's Office, the Commission of Gender Equality, or any of the other Chapter 9 institutions. So the bill now seeks to address that and remove us from the stable of DPSA and create us as a separate entity, as it should be. I'm certain that the drafters and the framers of our Constitution never envisaged a situation where a constitutional authority will actually be housed within a department. It doesn't, that's not the architecture that was framed by our drafters of our Constitution. The bill now seeks to address that. So once the bill becomes an act, one of the implications is that we will be a separate entity outside of government as it is currently. Another important issue that the Commission is grappling with at this stage is that no organ of state may interfere with the functioning of the commission. Now, we're taking a broad interpretation of that particular issue. We are not only viewing it in the sense that a state institution interfering with the work that we do. So, for example, if we are busy with an investigation, an inspection, that a department is now interfering in the scope of that inspection or investigation. We're actually looking at it from a different perspective. And we're looking at it from the perspective of the financing or the funding of a Chapter 10 institution. What do I mean by that? A bit of a feedback that we'll just ask the technical.
The mic is still muted.
Oh, apologies for that technical glitch. It seems as if we inadvertently signed all the online participants out of this engagement. Give us an indication if you can hear me.
We can hear you. Thank you so much.
So what I was speaking about before we were cut off is the Commission is currently grappling with a very interesting issue. And that relates to the constitutional provision that says no organ of state may interfere with the work or the functioning of the Commission. And we're not speaking about operational interference. So for example, if we are busy with an inspection or an investigation into a particular complaint, we're not referring to the situation where a department now or officials interferes with that process. We are relating it specifically to the issue of the funding of a constitutional body. If you speak to any Chapter 9 or Chapter 10 body, they will say to you that they're severely underfunded. The public protector has raised this issue consistently. They are not adequately funded, and the same principle applies to all of us. The Commission has, over the past 12 years, seen a decrease in funding that reaches the scale of close to 100 million. That is the budget cuts that has been implemented to the Commission. And you can understand that a cut to the finances of an important institution to the tune of 100 million rand severely impacts your ability to effectively perform your function. So the issue that we're grappling with is whether or not these consistent budget cuts with respect to constitutional bodies could be viewed as a possible interference functioning of a Chapter 9 or Chapter 10 constitutional body. An issue under discussion. I'm not saying that it's a matter that is going to be advanced as a sound argument, but it's an issue that we are looking at discussing both with National Treasury and the relevant political principles, because the impact on Chapter 9 and 10 institutions is quite severe. There was another message about being signed out. This slide deals with the strategic outcomes of the Commission. And important to note, I think that Mbanga mentioned Mbanga in his presentation mentioned the issues of the development of a capable state and an ethical state. This at its core is the important work that the Commission is working on. All of our outcomes, if you look at the first outcome, an improved service delivery culture, and the second outcome being sound leadership practices in the public service. All of the work of the Commission is focused on playing its part in developing a capable state and an ethical state. And if we look at a capable state, it's not only having the right people in the positions to do the job, it's also looking at issues such as institutional capacity. I've mentioned the implications of budget cuts on the Commission as an example. There are other interventions which has severe impacts on state departments as well as Chapter 9 and Chapter 10. We also look at other issues. We spoke earlier about innovation, and the point was made that innovation in the state doesn't necessarily have to be IT. I think we have in another. Is it restarting? Colleagues online, it's just another technical glitch.
We can still hear you.
The presentation has disappeared from the screen, so we're just waiting for the IT technician to get us back. I don't think we can blame this one on Eskom. Colleagues, apologies again. Technician is still trying to rectify the situation. An indication when Colleagues online, it seems as if we have made some progress. Presentation has been loaded again.
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you.
Fortunately stuck slideshow. Can the participants online just give an indication if you can see the slideshow?
We can see the slideshow, and it is on the 4 outcomes.
Thank you very much. Apologies for that. Yeah, I'll go back to where I ended off, where the comment that was being made that in terms of developing a capable state, well, we're not only talking about having the relevant human resources, the right people to do the right job, but also issues such as institutional capacity and having adequate institutional capacity, as well as service processes and technological platforms to deliver on the NDP. Often when we talk about innovation in terms of service delivery, people often gravitate towards the development of new IT, the development or launch of a new app. But often in the work that we do, we see that innovation is actually sometimes at its very, very basic level. It's often issues that we as administrators take for granted and actually forget that we should look at the starting point of a problem. And the innovation actually lands at a very, very basic level of service delivery. Often in the engagements that we have communities, issues such as the lack of public participation that was already raised by Salga comes up as an issue that severely impacts on the ability of particular departments to engage and develop service delivery offerings for citizens, because we often assume what citizens need in a particular community without engaging with them. So innovation is not only about the development of IT and new fancy systems that can assist us in delivering our services. Yes, it does have a role to play, but innovation can also be done at its very, very basic level. And often we've missed the, we've missed the mark by thinking of introducing new systems from overseas, new fancy models. In fact, we miss very, very basic issues that people struggle with on the ground. Ethical state. Ethics in the public service cannot be underestimated. The Commission is the entity responsible in terms of Section 195 of the Constitution for driving and promoting ethics within the public service. And we do that in a variety of ways. I think Prof. Pillay mentioned the issue of how do we deal with the issue of corruption and bribery? Is it linked to the good ethics, good governance? How do we engage with senior and middle and lower officials within the state to make them go back to the reasons why all of us became public officials? It wasn't to access the public purse. It was to make a difference in the lives of people. And often that interest, those values and principles have now sadly been lost. It's all become about position. It's all become about how far one can progress in the state rather than focusing on what difference you can make as an official in the lives of ordinary people. As I said, that's predominantly the reason most of us became public officials. So the Commission does a lot of work in terms of the promotion of these ethical values and principles. It's not only in the way of having engagements, workshops, colloquiums, and discussions on this particular issue, but we also inculcate it in the investigation work that we do, the grievance work that we do, because when we look at a particular matter that we're investigating or dealing with, we ask ourselves the questions, has the officials, has the department considered the values that's enshrined in Section 195 of the Constitution? For example, using resources effectively. So when departments put together projects that fail, then it means that there's been and you've ignored the principles in Section 195, which speaks about using the resources effectively and efficiently. Those are some of the issues that we, as a commission, are trying to inculcate minds and the ordinary lives of the officials that we deal with on a daily basis. So just in terms of the main areas of work that we as the commission does, inspections, and perhaps before I go into the list here, is to say that the work that we do shouldn't be seen as, Big Brother standing over you and only holding you accountable. Yes, that's a big part of what we do, but it's also there as a support mechanism. You will note that when we speak a little bit about the monitoring and evaluation areas, the financial disclosure framework area, the ethics promotion area, this is instances of work which is supportive to government departments. And it's not only looking at the failures and the bad issues that are highlighted, it's also looking at areas where we can develop and support and assist departments with some of the work that we do. So inspections and investigations, a key component of what we do. Inspections and investigations could come about through complaints that we receive from members of the public or officials or whistleblowers, and they can relate to a variety of issues. They can be service delivery failures. They can relate to issues of corruption and bribery. I'll speak a little bit about the National Anti-Corruption Hotline that the Public Service Commission administers, and I'll give you some feedback with regards to the statistics related to management of that center, the types of that we deal with, and also some of the consequences of the involvement of the Commission. Financial disclosure framework. Those of you who are state officials will know that every year there's a need for you to disclose, and there's a process for that disclosure. The question might be what happens with that information after an official has disclosed. That is where the Public Service Commission process, and I'll explain a little bit about that. So the Public Service Commission was asked by Cabinet or instructed by Cabinet in 2003 to manage the anti-corruption hotline. This is the corruption hotline, the single corruption hotline in the country through which any citizen, interested party can lodge an allegation of corruption that relates to the abuse of state resources. And currently it's housed at the Public Service Commission's offices in Pretoria, and we have a specific section operates as a call center through which any member of the public can actually engage with us and lodge cases of alleged corruption applicable at state departments. This is just a snapshot of the stats for the 2024-2025 financial year. You will see municipalities are not on the list because currently our mandate doesn't extend to municipalities, but we do receive many complaints and allegations of corruption leveled against municipalities. But in terms of reporting, municipality complaints are excluded from this. You can see for the past financial year, a total of 2,787 complaints were lodged. The vast majority of them, when you see public entity there, I think if my memory serves me right, 2,258 of those 2,270 complaints actually related to SASSA. So those were complaints of bribery, corruption, and other malfeasance reported by the public against SASSA. And the process that currently is in place, those matters will be escalated to SASSA, will be investigated by SASSA, and the Public Service Commission will monitor each and every matter that's been recorded with us. So once it comes into the system and it has to leave the system and go to SASSA, for example, it doesn't mean that there's no oversight of that. There are reports that have to be submitted by SASSA, outcome reports in terms of each and every allegation that's been investigated by them, what was done, were there any sanctions issued, was the consequence managed. If the commission is unhappy with any action that's been taken in terms of that particular complaint, there still is a role for us to play in engaging with SASSA and making sure that those matters are dealt with. If we, for example, feel that a matter is criminal in nature and it hasn't been dealt with correctly, no criminal case has been lodged, that is an avenue that we can exercise as an authority to engage with either SAPS, the SIU, or any other law enforcement agency. The rest of the synopsis there gives you a breakdown of the complaints per province. In our province, the Western Cape, 16 complaints for the year. The low number doesn't give an indication that there's no allegations of corruption in the province. I think one of the challenges is that more work needs to be done with engaging with the public about the existence of the anti-corruption. In existence for a long time, but when I engage with citizens on the ground level and ask them if they are aware about the existence of this call center that deals specifically with corruption matters, 60 to 70% of the time, no. So it shows you that there's a lot of work that still needs to be done in terms of making the public aware about the existence of this avenue through which corruption matters can be reported. I'm sure that if you do an analysis between the complaints received through this call center and perhaps complaints lodged directly with the public protector, you'll see a different number. And one of the reasons for that could be the public protector has become much wider known due to the nature of the work that it's done over the past number of years. And people will naturally gravitate towards an entity that they are more of. So in my personal view, this number is quite low. And the statistics here is giving an accurate reflection of what's happened in the past year. But I think there's huge scope for improvement. Not that we want more cases, but what we are saying is if there are issues that need to be attended to, then they need to land at the correct avenue and be investigated in the right way. And this would be where it should be landing. This slide just gives you a representation of the types of corruption matters that have landed through the call center. And as I've said, social grant fraud, 2,258 by a large lead is the most prevalent complaint that is received by the contact center. The next one would be illegal immigration, followed by unethical behavior. And you can see the rest of it: fraud, corruption, bribery, appointment irregularity within the state. And as I've indicated, these matters are either investigated by the commission itself, or it would be referred to the particular department to which it relates for an internal investigation at the first stage. Based on the feedback from the department, if we are happy that the correct action has been taken by a department, we will then accept that feedback from the department. But if we are unhappy with the way a matter has been dealt with, the commission will then intervene and find that a matter is criminal in nature, for example, it will be escalated to the authorities. What happens if matters are investigated by us and we find that there are reasons for action or consequence management that must be taken? These are just a few of the areas. or the results or the consequences of the investigations that we undertake. Naturally, officials who have been found guilty of this malfeasance and illicit conduct can either be subjected to misconduct proceedings, which could include dismissal, or other forms of consequence management. In severe matters where it's criminal, referrals to SAPS, the SIU, is undertaken either by the department, or if not undertaken by the department, then that will be done by the Public Service Commission. We also sometimes identify internal procedural weaknesses and non-compliance with legislation. Often we don't only focus on the individual and what's been done. We look at it holistically. We see where the weaknesses in the systems are, and we identify those weaknesses. We would then make recommendations to the department as to how those weaknesses should actually be covered. I can give you an example of an investigation that came through the National Anti-Corruption Hotline in the Western Cape relating to a school. The allegation was that a particular teacher had been abusing the system by disposing of equipment, computer equipment, and other equipment that belonged to the state that had then reached the end of its lifespan, and it wasn't disposed of correctly. The allegation was that this particular teacher had been disposing of it in his personal capacity. So he was allegedly selling it on Facebook Marketplace in his own name, and then utilizing the funds for his own purposes. We investigated that particular matter and found out that it was correct that he was selling the goods on Facebook Marketplace, but not in his personal capacity. He was selling it on behalf of the school. There was a mandate given to this particular teacher by the school governing body and the principal to act as the conduit through which the school would actually dispose of these assets. So while we found that there wasn't any corruption that had taken place, we identified severe weaknesses in the system because the school, for example, didn't have the correct asset disposal policy. It didn't have the correct processes for approving for the disposal of a particular item and the appointment of a particular individual to sell these items on behalf of the school. We identified that together with the department and put in place measures to address that particular weakness in the system. So not every case that you investigate naturally leads to finding of validity with regards to the allegation that's been leveled. Sometimes we would also find after an investigation that there's no merit to the allegation that's been lodged via the court. And I can give you an example of a recent one also at the school where somebody within the school wanted to remain anonymous, made an allegation of illicit contracts being awarded by the school principal to her current partner. When we inquired further to obtain more evidence and facts, the individual that lodged the complaint then said, sorry, I'm not interested in taking this matter forward because my allegation was based on a story I heard from somebody that heard it from somebody else that heard it from somebody else. So it was, it was rumor and speculation. But we didn't leave it at that. We asked the question of the school to determine, is there perhaps some merit in this allegation? Could it be the start of an investigation that leads to something? But on further investigation, we found out that it was nothing but mere speculation. There was no merit in the allegation that was lodged. So we're very, very particular of following a fair process and a comprehensive process when we investigate these types of We also play a key role in the financial disclosure process within the state. Again, this only relates currently to provincial and national departments. So in terms of Regulation 18 of the Public Service Regulations, every SMS member in the state, that is the post from director upwards, by no later than 30 April of every year has to fill in and complete a financial disclosure form. This is a legal obligation on SMS members and also on some members below SMS that might work in the financial division. And Regulation 19 describes what are the issues that you need to disclose. So as a state official, every year you have to disclose, and I'll have to do it as well, gifts that you receive. You'll have to disclose the value of those gifts, who gave it to you. But we also look at an official's interest in companies, closed corporations, the property they own, the vehicles they own, what loans they have, what private work they've done, and do they have the permission to do private work. As I've said, gifts and sponsorships must also be disclosed as well. So every year, this information must be disclosed to the executive authority, which is the responsible minister, and the minister then sends that information to the Public Service Commission. I'll explain what we do with that information. This just gives you, this is 2023, 2024. We're still busy with 2024, 25. But the column in green gives you an indication of the submission rate. And it's just submission rate. So it's just saying how many, what was the percentage of SMS members that complied with the obligation to actually submit their financial disclosures. It should be 100. And as you can see, there are certain pockets where it's at 99%. We're very proud. Western Cape, we all consistently achieve 100% submission rate. Some of the reasons why there are deviations for some departments, in terms of the analysis we've conducted, it relates to officials that might be on suspension. It relates to officials that may have passed away in a particular year, or some officials that are on extended sick leave, that then cannot comply with the relevant due dates, and that then impacts on the submission rate. But as I said, we're hoping and pushing for 100% submission rate. But as indicated, this is purely just on how many officials have actually submitted those financial disclosures. Once it reaches the Public Service Commission, we don't just look at the submission rate and say, thank you very much, that's the end of the situation. We delve into every official submission. So if you have disclosed that you own one property located in Mbanga, we have access to the deeds system. So we'd be able to then determine whether your disclosure is accurate. Do you have other properties that you've not disclosed? We'll be able to pick that up. Your vehicles that you own, we have access to the eNator system. So we'd be able to see, do you own a Porsche? And if you are a level 13 official that's owning a Porsche of 9 or 10 million rand, is there something that might need some further inquiry into? We also have access to the CIPC system, so we can see which businesses you are linked to. Do you have any private interest in a particular company? And then we also do an analysis. Many officials do have interest in business. The evaluation that we do is to look at whether there's a conflict of interest, whether either directly or indirectly. And we do an analysis of that. So we don't only accept the submissions, we do an analysis, in-depth analysis of every submission of every official in the Western Cape. Then we issue a report to both the Premier as well as the Executive Authority, and we highlight areas of concern. And some of the issues that I can speak to, we often have instances where there's a few incomplete disclosures, where we will pick up that either property information is inaccurately recorded, or ownership of vehicles is inaccurately recorded. But in most of the instances that we've engaged in, there is not willful non-disclosure. There are valid reasons why an official has, for example, failed to disclose a particular ownership. One of the reasons could be the vehicle's been sold, but the eNatus data has not been updated accurately. And then we sit with that difference in submission information. What do we do in instances where that happens? We write a report to the minister, and the official then has to give reasons as to explaining what the deficiency is. If we find that an official has willfully not disclosed, or has a conflict of interest in a particular matter and he or she has not disclosed it, we will make recommendations to the Executive Authority on what needs to happen to that particular. That could include consequence management to be exercised. in the 2023-2024 reporting period, we in fact had a case where one of the officials who was doing remunerated work outside of the public service did not have the appropriate approval for conducting that work. And it was due, according to the official, due to an administrative oversight on the part of his supervisor, who had not ticked a particular box and signed off at the time when she should have. We found that that was an unacceptable reason, and we recommended to the executive authority that appropriate consequence management. We also identified a few areas of potential conflict of interest, not direct conflict of interest. So we saw some officials with registered interest in a particular business, but that business is not doing any business with the state. There was no conflict either in terms of doing business with the state or the nature of the work and the official's role being a conflict of interest. We did, however, pick up a few instances of potential conflict of interest where we highlighted to the executive authority, this official is a registered member of this business. He works for the education department. He doesn't work in the ECD section, but there is a possibility that his involvement as a education official could pose a dilemma and could pose a potential conflict in light of the work that he may. We highlighted that and identified those areas as possible interventions for the executive authority. We also report to Parliament on these findings. So at the end of the reporting period, we then approach the legislature and we will present these findings to the legislature. And obviously, if there are issues of interest for the legislature, they can take it up through the parliamentary processes that they have. So this speaks to the creation of an ethical state. We are now playing a key role in the financial disclosure process and the obligation on state officials to disclose their interests. And if the legislation that I'll speak to soon goes through Parliament, this might be another area that will become applicable to local government. So if there are areas in local government where there is no financial disclosure processes taking place, this could be an area that comes into the fold of the work. We also do reports on financial misconduct. We don't do the investigations ourselves. Departments are obligated in terms of the Treasury regulations to report to the Public Service Commission on financial misconduct cases that they've managed in their particular departments. Those reports must then be submitted to the Commission. We evaluate those reports, and we also advise and issue recommendations on those findings to the particular executive authorities. They also give us an opportunity to evaluate whether there are systemic issues that needs to be addressed within a particular department or in a particular government. And it can also identify areas where there's gaps in legislation and policies that needs to be addressed by the particular executive authority. In the Western Cape again, this is a 2023-2024 summary of the types of financial misconduct matters. The most prevalent one was theft, and predominantly, if my memory serves me right, in the Department of Health. And this could include any types of theft involving financial matters. Misappropriation and abuse is the second most prevalent one, and that could include the abuse of state vehicles, for example, or the abuse of S&T allowances that have been claimed by a particular official. The rest you can see, fraud, gross negligence, and unauthorized expenditure. Annually, we do these reports and these analysis, and we hold the executive accountable if we note that in instances of financial misconduct, there's been no consequence management, no action taken on a particular issue. As I've mentioned in the beginning, we also do inspections, service delivery inspections. And I think this is often an area that is overlooked as something that's important, but it feeds directly into the issue of service delivery failures. And the only way that as a commission we'd be able to identify service deliveries is if somebody tells us about it. So we often get complaints about specific service delivery failures in a particular department, and we'd be able to zone in on them. But our legislation also obligates us to do our so-called own accord inspections and investigations. So the own accords would be where we would identify a particular area and zoom in on a particular area where service delivery frustration or challenges have been experienced. I'll speak a little bit about the photos because I think the photos tells a wonderful, well, not a wonderful, but it tells a tale. I'll start off with the third, fourth, fifth, and the sixth photo. And that was an inspection we've done recently at SAPS Muizenberg. Muizenberg, SAPS was in the news consistently about infrastructure issues, safety issues, security issues at the police station. The portfolio committee inspected this particular police station and was unhappy with what they found. Was on our agenda at the same time that the portfolio committee decided to do the inspection. We then decided that despite the portfolio committee having conducted an oversight visit, we would do the same because we wanted to see for ourselves the extent of the service delivery challenges that's experienced at the station. One of the biggest problems, and these are not failures that are complicated to resolve. These are failures that can be easily resolved through a meeting of the minds, a collaboration between stakeholders, and finding a simple solution to what seems to be a problem that's difficult to overcome. So photo 3 is the police station is located on the slopes of the mountain in and there's no perimeter fence around that police station. Absolutely nothing. The fence has been, destroyed through negligence and also through people just cutting off sections of the fence and making away with it, believe it or not, at the police station. And it's been like that for a long period of time. So anybody has free access to that particular police station. The photo, the last photo at the bottom, unfortunate that it's not a broader photo, but that is a photo of the back of the holding cell. So you have the holding cell and that grate is secured with a lock, a small padlock. Probably you'll pay 25 Rand at the store for those cheap locks that you can break very quickly. And that grate actually secures the section between the prisoners in the holding cell and somebody outside. So if you remove that lock and lift up the grate, you'd have free access to the individual in the holding cells. And that's what was experienced because the perimeter fence is missing and anybody would then be able to walk through the police station. Yes, there are cameras, but there's no cameras focusing on the holding cell area, which was another issue that we've highlighted. So what SAPS was encountering was drug smuggling. So somebody in the holding cell, one of the pals would be able to access the area, break the lock, and hand over drugs, other paraphernalia. Or my question was, weapons can be easily, accessed by someone in the holding cells, and that was in fact what was happening. A huge problem, but simply resolved. What we did was, with the inspection, we brought along the required role players. When we engaged with the management of SAPS, we asked them, has the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure been part of any inspection and investigation? No. How are you going to try and resolve a matter quickly if you don't have the right role players in the room? So we brought DPWI and the officials into the engagement together with SAPS and a few other, we had representatives of the Provincial Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety. And within a short space of time, with seeing these defects, we agreed on a quick win. What will now be happening is the fence will be repaired as an interim measure. But the long-term solution is obviously the replacement of that fence, for which there is no budget. But we've innovatively agreed on a way that that entire fence would be able to be placed. But in the short term, the safety of the SAPS officials, safety of the public will be maintained by the repair of that fence, which is going to take place within the next couple of weeks. We also identified the lack of security cameras. So free access was going to the holding cells because there were no cameras focusing on that area. Cameras on areas that are completely irrelevant. And that's another quick win. Those cameras will be installed at Muizenberg SAPS within the next month or so after a procurement process. So there are many similar examples. The two photos at the top, that's an inspection we did at a health facility, the first one. The second one is an inspection at a health facility in the Eastern Cape. We encountered dire circumstances with regards to the facilities that were available. That is a shower in the obstetric unit at a particular hospital in the Eastern Cape. It was an abysmal facility, that particular area, the shower, that needed quick win, coat of paint, new infrastructure to be put there. And through the inspections, we were able to ensure that service delivery challenges that citizens had been complaining about for years and years could be addressed in a very quick way. This slide is entitled Recommendations. So what? We're often asked, as a constitutional body, you only have the power to issue recommendations. You can't compel a particular department to do something. You can recommend to them to do it. And if they don't want to implement it, what do you then do? What power do you have? As I've indicated in the previous slides, we also have the power to issue directives, which is binding, but they're only in particular areas. Tends to dismissals, transfers, secondments, etc. But recently we have had a judgment handed down on the 2nd of July 2024 in the Gauteng High Court. This matter related to a grievance. So in grievance processes, we do an investigation. If we find that a particular matter has merit, we can make a recommendation to the executive authority on what he or she needs to do. In this case, we did such a recommendation. It related to appointment irregularities, where a person appointed to the post of chief director was actually part and parcel of the recruitment process. So this individual had in fact signed off certain documentation related to the shortlisting of himself and also the eventual appointment of himself. And there was a grievance and a complaint registered about that recruitment process. It was investigated by the commission. We found that there were irregularities and we made certain recommendations to the executive authority. That's where the issue became a little bit problematic. Disagreement about it. Eventually, the affected individual against whom we had ruled approached the High Court and wanted to set aside the report of the Public Service Commission for a number of reasons. The court ultimately rejected his case, and on the issue of recommendations said the following: I accept as I must that since the power to make recommendations is sourced from the Constitution itself, the recommendations may not be ignored willy-nilly by those to whom they are made. For instance, if this were to happen, the decision to ignore the recommendations would be unlawful, as it would amount to undermining the Constitution itself. Such a decision could be challenged on judicial review because no function that has its function in the Constitution may be disregarded at whim without consequences. We find this as a very important judgment that has been handed down Gauteng High Court because it gives a perspective on the issue of recommendations. It's not an issue that can be ignored by a particular executive authority. There are consequences if a recommendation is not implemented. The court, however, said that if an executive authority does not want to implement the recommendation, that executive authority would have to provide cogent reasons for disagreeing with the recommendations that has been issued by the Commission. And if we then still feel that those reasons advanced by the executive is not sound and we disagree with it, the court has said we can then approach a court with regards to that so it does add some flavor to the issue of recommendations. And, it adds to the power that the Commission has with regards to the work that it does. I'll just briefly go through the M&E projects. This is the research that we do and how it impacts on some of the areas within the state. The second one, precautionary suspensions. The Commission did a research report on tabulating the value and the money lost by the state on continuing to pay for officials that are on suspensions. And these are officials that have been suspended for anything. We found one official that was suspended for 10 years. Whereas the regulations provide that the disciplinary procedure within the state must be wrapped up within a particular period of time unless it is extended by the chairperson of a disciplinary. Normal terms, I think the period is to be wrapped up within 60 days. As I've said, in our evaluation, we found officials any period from over 60 days to 10 years, and I think I speak under correction, there was even one official that was on suspension for a longer period of time. The individual wasn't even in South Africa, working in another country. That has led to the DPSA initiating their own project in reducing the number of officials that are remaining on suspension outside of the period of time that the law allows. And I sat in a portfolio committee meeting about a month back where the acting DG of DPSA gave feedback and said that the numbers had drastically been reduced. I can't recall the exact numbers, but from the time of our report until what now is being reported on, it's been drastically reduced. In our report, we estimated the value of those suspensions on an annual basis to be over 230 million rand. It was lost to the state. There you can see the value of that intervention from the Commission in terms of research and monitoring work that it does. We also looked at the issue of SMS qualifications. So it speaks about capability within the public service. We looked at particular levels within the SMS, the job that you perform. Did you have the required qualifications and experience to perform that particular job? We developed a report and highlight particular areas in individual departments where individual officials had not met that particular criteria. All of these reports are on the PSC's website. It's not private and confidential. It acts as a huge resource value if anybody's interested to look at some of the work that we do. Last one I'll speak about before I move on, functional accommodation. That's a specific project we did in the last financial year where we looked at the facilities that the state occupies and how adequate are they to enable departments or institutions to actually deliver the services that they should offer. It was a project in conjunction with the DPWI. So for example, we looked at police stations, prisons, as well as courts. And we found some areas where there were complete failures in terms of the structure that a department actually occupied. And we identified those issues, and DWI are now busy with rectifying many of the issues that we've highlighted. Some of them could be sorted out on the day. Prof and Devo also spoke about the importance of professionalization. The PSC is one of the role players together with DPSA and the National Institute of Government, where we play a role in the professionalization of the state. In terms of the framework, the PSC has been specifically asked to compile, develop a database of experts that would be a resource that would be used by departments when making specific appointments. So when appointing a particular official, that particular database of suppliers could identify an expert in the industry, whether it's if you're wanting to appoint a planner, for example, and making sure that the right person is actually appointed for that particular post. Or if you're appointing an HOD in a particular department, let's say it's the Department of Agriculture, and you need to ensure that the relevant HOD has the required skills and expertise to advance the agricultural agenda. That database can be used for somebody that could assist the selection panel in making the right decision when actually appointing an official. Prof, the last couple of slides that I'll speak about is the PSC bill. This is a very important piece of legislation that is at quite an advanced stage in Parliament. It's now at the NCOP level. We briefed the NCOP Select Committee on cooperative governance and public service and administration in last week. The bill ultimately seeks to address two main objectives. One is to secure the independence of the commission. As I've indicated, we're currently within a stable of a department. The bill now takes us away from that and places us as an independent constitutional institution outside of government. So that's one of the objectives. The other objective, and it might be controversial in different platforms, is the extension or the confirmation of the mandate of the Commission with regards to local government. So the bill now seeks to extend the constitutional functions and power of the Commission to not only provincial and national government, but now also to local government. So all of the powers and functions as we work through the presentation that currently apply to provincial and national government, the intention of this bill is now to extend it to local government. Now, there's been engagements before my time Mbanga with Salga on the development of the bill. During the public participation process in Parliament as well, we've heard from a variety of stakeholders, both positive and negative. Some of the negative coming from some of the municipalities, questioning the constitutional basis for the inclusion of them in the scope of the bill. There's a view that local government is separate and distinct and must be treated as a separate and distinct sphere of government, and that Chapter 10 of the Constitution was never designed or intended to include local government with that framework. There's a different school of thought. That's the school of thought that the Commission follows, to say that the intention of not only Chapter 10, but the entire architecture of the Constitution was to create a single state, and sovereign democratic state as per Section 1 of the Constitution. That includes local government. And on a contextual reading of Chapter 10, it includes public administration practices. And by definition, public administration practices do not only apply to provincial and national departments, but it also applies to the sphere of local government. By nature of that, there is a constitutional basis to include local government in the framework of the new bill. I can indicate that to this slide. So this bill has walked a long process. The development of the bill started as far back as the early 2000s, where it was conceptualized. And through different administrations, different processes, we eventually ended up in the 6th administration, where the bill was on the verge of going to the NCOP, and the 6th administration then came to an end, which had the effect of the bill lapsing. The 7th administration then took office, and the bill was then reinitiated. And on 5th of March 2025, the portfolio committee for public service and administration, and it's important to note this, unanimously adopted the PSC bill. So this means every political party represented in the portfolio committee, whether it was the ANC, the DA, the EFF, the MK party, all of them unanimously adopted the bill. And subsequently, the bill was adopted by the National Assembly on the 18th of March 2025 as well. There were no objections at debate, adoption of the bill. The bill is now before the National Council of Provinces for further debate. There's another opportunity to engage on the provisions of the bill. So if any of the stakeholders might have a view on the inclusion of local government, for example, there is a process now underway through the NCOP, which will include a public participation process where interested parties will be able to put forward their views, either the support or the non-support for the bill. We are hoping that there will be support for the bill during this last phase, that eventually after almost 20 years of the bill being developed, it will eventually see the light of day. As I said, we accept that there's some view from some sectors that the inclusion of local government might not be correct. We don't agree with that, but we accept that there is that view. What do we think we can add or contribute towards service delivery enhancement in local government? I'm hoping that by looking at the work that we've explained we do within the state currently for provincial and national departments, if that role can be extended to local government, I think there is a valuable role for the Commission to play. I've spoken about the ethics work that we do, the financial disclosure frameworks that we administer, investigations that we do, public administration, and of the National Anti-Corruption Hotline cases. All of these issues currently exclude local government. If the bill is passed, local government will be included, and this basket of services will be available to the sphere of local government. And as I've said at the beginning, it's not only monitoring and oversight in the sense of Big Brother trying to catch you out and holding you accountable, but it's also the Commission is a support institution. A lot of the work that we do, departments find value in it. They're able to address systematic or systemic issues upfront through our intervention and ensure that challenges or possible challenges that could arise are addressed. So we feel that there is a role for us to play in the local government sphere. But that will only be crystallized once the bill becomes an act. That should be within this calendar year or hopefully before the end of the financial year, March next year. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll ease at this particular point. Hope that I've given you some sort of insight into the important work that the Commission currently does and how possibly we can be of assistance. Thank you very much, Prof.
Just a few questions.
Look, I listened to your chairperson on the radio the other day talking about teaching. Can't teach ethics. Got to have consequences to bad behavior. We live in a country where top people do corrupt things and nothing happens. We have inquiries costing millions and nothing seems to happen. I've investigated university situations, which are public service type things, where the management's not there. Part of the problem is that we always say, oh, there's a lack of skills. Well, if you look at the type of corruption that happens, there's no lack of skills. People are quite capable, and they're quite capable also of creating the loopholes they want. So therefore, we won't have a camera there because it's inconvenient or whatever, and it goes much further. But what worries me is that I don't see consequences to managers who don't manage and down the line. Sorry, it's just need to. They tried that before. They tried with Ubuntu. That just become documents on the wall. And the public servants will tell you that. Just on the wall.
Thanks, Prof, for that comment. And I think unfortunate that, you know, the perception, not your perception, but that's a general perception amongst the public, that very little gets done in terms of consequence management. A lot of instances, that's correct. The state does struggle. I mean, you have to be honest about it. The state does struggle in pulling through with consequence management, not only for top officials, but all officials. Everybody should be handled the same way. There's rules and regulations in place that you know, prescribes how consequence management must be dealt with. But often you find that it's not dealt with because the perception and the culture sometimes is it's easier to do nothing than to actually do the right thing. The right thing is always difficult to do. Holding somebody accountable is a difficult process. The procedures that the state has is a little bit cumbersome, but it's there for a reason. But unfortunately, that is part of the culture that we need to break. And the Commission's perspective on this is that's where our role must be. We can't be an institution that merely reports on challenges, but where it comes to holding individuals and holding entities accountable, that is where we've got to play a far bigger role. We've taken the criticism we've seen in the state capture report. Judge President Zondo was very critical of Chapter 9 and 10 constitutional authorities, where he said you might have been sleeping on the job because some of these issues actually happen in full knowledge and full understanding of those entities. And we have to be honest and frank about it. Yes, we may have, not the Public Service Commission particularly, but I'm talking generally, there might have been, you know, an oversight. And that oversight is now challenging us to actually better our performance, improve the work that we are expected to perform, and where it comes to holding individuals accountable, irrespective of who they are, because the Commission's constitutional obligation is to do its work without fear, favor, or prejudice, irrespective of who is involved. And that is the mantra that my chairperson has said for all of us, that we will follow that route, irrespective of who is involved. If there's areas of corruption, if there's areas of malfeasance we've picked up, then we are asking not only the state departments, but but also the public to hold us accountable, because we take our role as a constitutional entity very, very seriously. But it's part of breaking that culture that exists in the state as well. I think Mr. Mbanga also spoke about, I wrote it down. I actually quite liked the phrase that you use. Let me get to it. Bureaucratic inertia. It's prevalent in so many facets of the state, where we use bureaucratic inertia to actually shy away from our obligations. Prof, I hear what you say. I take your comment seriously. All I can respond to you from knowing my chairperson is that the obligation that he sees the commission having to perform in terms of the constitution, what we're going to be held accountable for. That's what we've got to exercise, including changing the culture within state departments, specifically when it comes to consequence management. Thank you for that comment.
Thank you very much.
Yes, we need a 5 minutes registration break, and then comfort break. Yes, comfort break, and then we can have the last speaker, and from there we please don't leave. We also have a lunch that we've organized for you down at the winery. So we are not saying with this break, please leave. Just give it a 5 minutes comfort break. It is the bathrooms are around the corner from here. We are back at 25 past. So it's 20 past 1 now. At 25 past, we should be back. Colleagues, we could start now. We are 27 minutes past. The next speaker, who is the last speaker for the day, needs no introduction. He is the previous Speaker of Parliament, served as a Deputy Speaker of Parliament, served in the Ministry of Local Government and Traditional Affairs, and a number of other roles that he has played in the public sector since 1994. So there is a wealth of experience in who is going to present now. We welcome you, sir. We know that you should be in retirement now, but that's the reason that when people with who are resource, we should use them when they have more time, because when you're in retirement, we're hoping that you have more time. So thank you very much for raising this occasion, and our apologies for waking you up early in the morning today.
No, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Join you present here. Yes. One or 2 points that Sithole was very gentle how he put it across about those and my argument is straight. I maintain that essentially the critical parts of the white paper policy framework remains valid, that it is in the urgent, needed operational, administrative, and political orientation where we should focus our attention. To state what a friend calls the blinding glimpses of the obvious, that all spheres of government are meant to advance the vision of an unracial, non-sexist, democratic, prosperous society. I hope personally that it will move towards being an egalitarian society. The other versions have not produced good results. For all intents and purposes, no one will persuade us to the contrary. Let me, if I have to say that. That is what we must assess. In fact, the essential issue is that when we evaluate, we should be assessing what progress with all, in the first place and foremost, according to our constitution. In other words, this is what the constitution says we should be doing, creating that kind of society and establishing the principled position as articulated there. The court the subsidiary local government policy white paper then proceeded to give us birth to a plethora of legislation. This you have elsewhere that you can pinpoint out. That's where the focus of our suggestion that operational, administrative, and political orientation should be focused on. The courts themselves and the state departments on occasion have had an opportunity, when asked to do so, reviewed some of them and decided we may have erred in our formulation and implications of the laws we passed and found against us. Implementation of the white paper policy, informed as it was, in our humble opinion, by our reading of the Constitution, gave us a powerful thrust forward to legislate and regulate where appropriate in the interest of transformation of our governance in our country. Work to re-look at the implementation gaps continues even as we speak. To look at the results of the white paper policy would be inadequate. The Department of COCTA used to be the Secretariat of the Presidential Coordinating Council, whose job was to oversee work of government cutting across all three spheres. The integrated development plans, for example, are for all of government and not for any one municipality within its boundaries. The Intergovernmental Fiscal Relations Act and the Intergovernmental Relations Act all have a major impact on the capacity of the local state to do its work. All of the above flows from the other policy papers which have be borne in mind in considering the results of the white paper policy framework and its implications, the results and the results thereof. The overall underfunding, cutting of budgets, as Ashley said earlier, non-payment of services by provincial and national department practices has a deleterious effect, no doubt, on the ability of municipalities to carry out their work. There's a slide that I've given you, Prof. I'd like you to show it because it explicitly states the numbers of how much national departments and others own municipalities as a whole. And there is no excuse, no reasoning can be advanced successfully, in my opinion, to persuade any of us that it is appropriate for them not to pay what they owe. That's out of order and should be ruled as such. In fact, the necessity for those meetings that you are being asked to hold is important for that reason, if for no other reason, that the purpose of those meetings are to find out how soon and how urgently those monies can be paid, not whether they should be paid because they are national or provincial. That's absolute constitutional nonsense, if I may be polite. The challenge is to regularly assess and evaluate legislation and institutions it creates for effectiveness over time. We said so in the Speakers Forum, that is Parliament and the 9 legislatures in December 2023, I should have said, during its oversight summit, attended also by the majority of SADC countries, the Speaker of Zimbabwe, the Speaker of Botswana, the Speaker of Eswatini. There are 3 or so other speakers who attended that conference. It was almost a regional summit. And the interesting point about that function was how, for example, the Speaker of Lesotho says, hey, I almost thought I was the only one worried about this level of underfunding. Now, this is Parliament, okay. In order to do the work. So, in other words, there was an interesting agreement with the negative consequences of improper and inappropriate funding of the legislative sector, when in fact, each of the runs spent by the public must be ensured by the legislative sector that they go to all the people those monies are meant for, not the other way around. The purpose, in other words, of the work that we were doing there was not just to enthusiastically make laws, but to work equally with enthusiasm to assess the impact of such laws on citizens and on other institutions, ensuring that necessary behavioral changes occurs as anticipated. Actually, I thought the reason for law And the reason we pass laws is to change behavior. And when we do not achieve that objective, then we must look at what is the reason, what is the problem. And this is where some of the issues we raise here becomes relevant, that we must assess, take a broader lens for looking at what could be the explanation for non-implementation of the law, and consequently, the impact it is meant to have, so that they can be appropriately changed to produce the result we expect. For example, one of the questions may be, is the problem the law itself and how we formulated it? Or is the problem institutions formed to implement it and or poor work of appointed officials? Or is it poor financing, funding, or poor support from appropriate parts of the state to the resolution of the problem? This is an important part of, to say it differently, is the problem unproductive interconnections among the different spheres, the three of them, and other parts of government at the heart of what we are confronting. Here's where, in a sense, Barry Oshry comes in the prologue of his book, Seeing Systems. This is interesting. I'd like to suggest that I not read it, but it communicates a very powerful story for looking at the problems. I have circulated this prologue in its entirety to all of you present here. You will receive it. Or maybe let me just go through it, because I think it conveys very fascinating actions that we do not often take. I'll illustrate one of them a little later on. There are 4 types of system blindness: spatial, temporal, relational, and process. We suffer from spatial blindness. We see our part of the system, but not the whole. We see what is happening with us, but not what is happening elsewhere. We don't see what others' worlds are like, the issues they are dealing with, the stresses they are experiencing. We don't see how our world impacts theirs and how theirs impact ours. We don't see how all the parts influence one another. We suffer temporal blindness. We see the present, but not the past. We know what we are experiencing now, but not what has led to these experiences. We know our satisfactions and frustrations, our feelings of closeness and distance, the issues and choices and challenges we are currently facing. All this we experience in the present, but we don't see the history of the present, the story of our system that has brought us to this point in time. We suffer from relational blindness. In systems, we exist only in relationship with one another. We are sometimes top to others' bottom. We are sometimes bottom to others' top. We are sometimes middle, torn between 2 or more ends, tearing at a common middle. We are sometimes provider to customer and sometimes customer to provider. We are sometimes the dominant over the dominated and sometimes the dominated under the dominant. We don't see ourselves in relationship, nor do we see the dances we fall into in relationship, becoming burdened tops and oppressed bottoms, unsupported ends and torn middles, judged providers and done to customers, and righteously dominant and righteously dominated. We suffer from process blindness. We don't see our systems as wholes, as entities in their environment. We don't see the processes as a whole, as the whole struggles to survive. We don't see how it differentiates in an environment of shared responsibility and complexity, and how we fall into turf war with one another. We don't see how it individuates in a diffusing environment and how we become alienated from one another. We don't show it coalesces in an environment of shared vulnerability and how we become enmeshed in groupthink with one another. It's an example, really, of the problems that in any municipality, in any government, in any system, in fact, this emerges as a problem we don't pay attention to sufficiently. In the matter of political reorientation, I suggest that the problem was Zapiro when he caricatured Mbeki on a scooter, on a delivery scooter, or today you'd say an Uber scooter for food delivery and so on. Now, he incorrectly put across a message as if it is Thabo Mbeki who was making deliveries and not the people themselves sometimes, and in many instances, that they too, in fact, this point will be made differently soon, that Thabo Mbeki himself repeatedly said that the people are their own liberators. And this is the difference that we would like to suggest needs to be taken differently, that whilst work is being done, this perspective needs to be asserted. In other words, in what way is legislation a hindrance to people in municipalities being refused support because they are running their own initiatives? What level of cooperation, for example, exists with the informal traders, waste pickers? What the Brazilians in Curitiba called broadening the tax base, councillors going around their neighborhoods to identify self-employed cooks and cobblers, people repairing shoes, people repairing furniture, etc., to provide training, sharpening their skills in those specific skills and areas they already have, and of course, including marketing so that they can sell what they are producing effectively, ultimately releasing them after a period of a year or so, for example, when they have graduated, so to speak, and now able to employ one or more people now, unlike in the past. This is a fascinating story of recognizing that people themselves can liberate themselves with a little support from ourselves. This is instead of hostility to the informal and love for caviar. It is also called the ABCD model elsewhere, assets-based community development. Our national vision calls for non-sexism, and we are currently overwhelmed by gender violence in a bad way, creating basic conditions in our human settlements and in workplaces for females are in the majority in our country, and sensitivity towards community peace will occur with aggressive attention to this matter. Gender sensitive and responsive budgeting is one priority we should not quibble against. This one is a critical area of concern that they stole. We, in the past, sought to communicate, agitate, campaign for gender-sensitive budgeting and so on. And actually, one of the results of underfunding was the underfunding of the initial gender machinery that was created in our country. Consequently, they couldn't perform to the potential they have. And this is one of the key messages that needs to be communicated. No amount of propaganda will wish away the reality that underfunding these critical structures, including others in infrastructure, makes a huge difference to the performance of municipalities. The essence of the point that is being made is that instead of only always asking problems, let's turn the approach upside down, find out who does what. As an example, who teaches what in this area and who is keen to learn it and can be connected to those, so that, in other words, both appointed officials and public representatives must assume that people have ideas and solutions with a little humility by ourselves. We can unleash huge amounts of creativity in those environments. This is the sort of thing that we say led, amongst other things, for example, to other places getting responsiveness from local municipalities, and speaks to the agenda that local government is not only appointed councillors and elected officials, but also residents in that area of jurisdiction. So applying these methods of identification, not just of big business or small, medium businesses, but also the informal sector in that environment, is a critical area of broadening your tax base and building from the capacity of what people know, but also in areas of creative solutions in the area, they're drawing their wisdom as well, not only just always looking for problems when people also, in many instances, have already decided they have solutions to those problems. And of course, we speak about what we now all know did not bargain with how many inside government and outside government got to choose corruption. We were warned how, in addition to everything else, the socio-economic system that is dominant feeds and often extols greed and corruption. Poor ethics and integrity becomes the order of the day. Clean governance remains possible. SARGA, the Moral Regeneration Movement, and Isandla Institute recently initiated a code of conduct on ethics, a guide to speak, so to speak, but this has to be a national campaign to rid our society firmly of lack of integrity. And the question we are posing is, how can creativity play in this environment for the communication of the work that has been done by, amongst others, the Public Service Commission, as it indicated earlier on. It's clear that effective use of technology may have solutions for some of these problems, even as we have to deal with the risks attended to for its deployment. We must insist as well on sovereignty on matters of technology, create our own systems and use them, even if in certain instances we may have to use others and their own creative solutions. I thought I should end with the objects of local government, which are to provide democratic governance for local residents, to provide services in a sustainable manner, to promote socio-economic development, promote a safe and healthy environment, to provide space for communities and community organizations to have a say in local spheres. I want to invite and challenge SARGA the Public Service Commission, and Saapam generally, and yourself, Prof, the universities, that maybe you could divide yourselves each of these 5 objectives for the existence of local government, so that research and practice inquiry is done in each of these 2 areas, and maybe quarterly come together to share what's emerging from your observations on these specific expectations that are the reason for the existence of local government. This would make a huge impact in the quality of work that can come up, in the cry of SALGA that they are practitioners, do of necessity see the importance of working together with academia, but also with other practitioners such as others that we have spoken about, and perhaps not mentioned, who play an important role in helping to lay the foundation for an effective government as a whole, build local governance where it matters most, where all of us very much. Prof. You should rather say deputy speaker.
I'm saying speaker.
It's more accurate.
Last 4 months, was it last 4 months or 5 months of the previous administration acted as a speaker. Therefore, that's the accurate. That's being very accurate. I understand. Thank you so much for that input. I think that you have challenged all of us as participants here to remember the basics of local government. And you've also painted a picture in terms of who are the role players. While you say the white paper is still relevant, but we need to really dig down and say focus must shift, as Mbanga has already indicated earlier on, from politics to governance, and how do we deal with issues pertaining to governance itself. Before I take just 1 or 2 questions, there is a comment online from Onesimo Nomkono, which says, the harsh reality is that several municipalities are unable to repair potholes, ensure access to clean water, provide the reliable waste management. Others fail to exercise their responsibilities in terms of providing some of these basic services, because corruption is still prevalent. Corruption is still at the center of some of these activities. Nosimo, I've just shortened it, but I think we hear your comment. I've seen you've been making a lot of comments. Let me take questions if there are any questions. Sithole?
Thanks. Yeah, Prof. Ndevu, I think what the former deputy speaker doesn't realize is that once you are called a deputy speaker, you are a deputy speaker. There was a time when I called deputy speaker chairperson for a very long time of my life. So when he became a minister at Cogta, I couldn't graduate and call him minister. But it is immediately after he had left being a minister at Cogta that I started calling him minister, but he was gone already. Yeah. I think there's a comment that, let me start with the comment, maybe if I can, just take an opportunity to respond to Nosimo, I think you were saying, the commentary. And unfortunately, I hope it doesn't come across in any way or form as intended to be arrogant. I think there is corruption in society. There's no one that can deny that. The question is, what do we do with corruption? How do we solve corruption? And I think for me, that's what the white paper review is instructing us to do. So in other words, we have all hung up our hands and we've thrown them in the air. That doesn't solve the problem of corruption. It doesn't. And I think that's that's what perhaps through your school, Prof, we may ask more people to start putting very practicable suggestions. Some of them might be draconian, some of them might be unconstitutional, but let's hear, as many of those suggestions as possible, and work together and guide ourselves to finding solutions to our problems. My commentary goes to the comments that were made by and that is to say, listen to what has come out of here, including the comments that were made by Mr. Ashley Seil at some point. Is a convergence of a set of things to do. Personally, I think what we may want to encourage is that these solutions must be differentiated. Again, a solution that will work in George municipality is likely not going to work in Bisho or in Mangaung municipality or in a particular ward or in a. So I think, how do we innovate to achieve the objective of differentiation? For me, becomes important. Let me share with yourselves as a meeting just for 2 minutes what is beginning to come out of the municipalities. And this one is very much a view from a municipality or a municipal manager or a city manager who is working in a metropolitan environment. And he makes the following suggestions. Says that, look, given the short space of time we have and the lack of resources, there are 3 things we must focus on. And I think you will hear where the convergence is. One, let's focus on dealing with urbanization. And he makes the point elsewhere. He says, because people will converge where there is an opportunity. They are not going to go to a place where there's no opportunity. And urbanization is basically a character of potential growth. So where there is potential growth, that's where they're going to go. So solve the urban spaces and make them work more, because after all, they are the engines of growth. Secondly, let's deal with sustainable services. Whatever sustainable services will be, but ultimately, let's focus on what he had called the big 5 services, which is what I spoke to earlier. Water, waste, electricity. And in Salga, we have asked a question. Why are we talking, and Prof Pillay, perhaps this is the question that you are raising. So why are we focusing on water, energy, and waste? What has happened to roads and transport? Like the same thing that Unasipo, sorry, the lady that you were quoting, yeah, she talks about our inability to patch potholes. That thing is easier said than done. The cost to repair potholes, especially when every day there is intensity of climate change. Remember, these roads you're getting more potholes, not because it's only because we do not have the resources to maintain. Every time there's rain, and the more intense that rain is, the more holes it is digging. And you have to get money from somewhere to patch those holes. So we must not look at one aspect of the challenge. The third thing that is being suggested is to the point that Ashley was making, the professionalization of local government. And not just professionalize the administrators, Prof Shai, not just the administrator, not me, the unelected. Professionalization, it looks like it's going to require that those that have been elected, they themselves become professionalized, one way or the other. Personally, I agree with these suggestions. I don't know what will professionalizing an elected official look like. But surely it says, once Sithole has been elected to council and he becomes the speaker of the council, take me into some training, take me through. I don't have to have standard 10. Because the constitution doesn't force me to have a grade 12 to become, but take me through something, right, that can be verified, right, objectively as a training that I have gone through to become a speaker. So you elect me, right, 12 months down the line, or 6 months down the line, or 3 months down the line, take me through a training, because to run a council, colleagues, I don't know if you've got an idea. And to be a speaker of parliament, to have 84 wards, you have 300, in a year, you have 365 days. In fact, I remember, Letisa, we did an exercise, myself and Pascal Mulo. We said each year has 365 days. Subtract the following holidays. Subtract state holidays, and we actually ended up saying it was. We had called it the day in the diary of a mayor. We said, how many days does a mayor have himself being the mayor if you subtract the holidays? Then we started subtracting the state of the province, the state of the nation, the state of the what. Actually, the mayor had less than a month in a year, practically, sitting in council and dealing with issues of immunity. So these things are easier said, but of course, we must not hide our own failures behind the fact that I have made mention of. Thanks.
Very much.
Thanks very much. I want to first start off by saying how much I appreciate the openness of the local government review process to engaging with academics. And I want to contrast this to the review of the MFMA and the PFMA, right? 2 years ago, the Minister of Finance said we are going to have a public participation process on it. To date, I frequently email Treasury, and it's an in-house process, right? And I think that if you consider the academic work that we have, and that we need to have an evidence basis, I think that really this is the way to go. My main comment is this. When I look at even the discussion paper on the local government white paper, it's all about municipalities. And it says nothing about how national government departments are screwing up the local sphere because they don't know what they're doing, right? I will give you one example. There was a discussion document which was commissioned by National Treasury on capacity building, saying we put so much money out there, are we actually getting value for money? And the answer is no, right? That discussion document was tabled at Budget Council, right? So you can, I'm sure you've probably come into, you've been exposed to it before. So for me, one of the reasons is because there is a non-working relationship between National Treasury and COGTA. And they actually detail there how there was a MOU and then National Treasury pulled out and now they kind of run on parallel operationally, trying to separate finance and governance. You can't separate the two of them, right? The same thing happens in provinces. And the fact that this white paper was initially discussed in 2008, and we've had a succession of DGs, we've had a succession of ministers, right? Okay. And we still haven't solved basic problems like what are we going to do with districts, right? How do we finance them if we take, since we've taken away the REC levies for how many years, right? Okay. So my humble suggestion is we also need to look honestly at the national departments, at the center of government, and also sectors, right? The first speaker mentioned about how you find sector departments resorting to lawfare instead of intergovernmental processes, right? So we're not going to solve the problem if we only look at local government. And I think that the issue of underfunding, we also need to raise some serious discussions there, because I think that if you look at the outcomes that have manifested, they have occurred as a result of bad choices, not only at local government level, but also at national level.
Very much. Comments.
Thank you, Ndata. One of the reasons I thought I should include all the others, all players, is like me not telling the doctor fully. And by the way, at my at whatever ailments I had some years back, even if I did, I don't even tell them that I had that disease. And so the guy goes ahead. And this is why doctors, scientifically, they listen to you, listen to your propaganda, claim you have a headache here, and then actually say no, and bring it back, open your mouth, so that they objectively assess what the truth is, not just your propaganda. This is the problem. Elevating the white paper is diagnosing where the solution is going to come. When the headaches are caused by a variety of actors, the government run on finance, 186 billion rand. How much 200,000 can happen? I had a friend of mine who died, who was a teacher originally, get him into journalism, and then he ended up consulting. Together, professionals from Lamontville in Durban to sit in a board for a multimedia center inside the township. Because of Municipal Finance Act, the municipality said him and others that no, you can't get to do that. Even when these guys had planned this thing and so on, the other things I won't mention that was done to get hold of that that initial beer hall into the hands of the community. Finally, to be run by the community. But the municipality refused. Said, no, you must do a tender. You must have someone to come to do this. So now, unfortunately, those guys couldn't do that work themselves. Someone else had to come in to come and do it. And what's happening now is a minuscule of what otherwise would have happened had the original idea of a community proposal for effect. I'm suggesting that finances and treasury should in fact be the first ones that the entire community get involved in decisions there. Because who says people can make choices around, what do you call this thing? To make choices about what's bad and what's good and so on and so on. This is an old thing that has happened in many other jurisdictions. There's an interesting book called Bringing Citizens to the Table by Lukens Meyer, Caroline Lukens Meyer. One of the interesting points he makes is about how in community engagement around financial issues, how they created systems for demystifying and taking out the garbage, hard language in the material so that people understand what choices must be made. They're able to make it, including those that they were thought they wouldn't be able to make those decisions. The critical thing about it is that in Denmark, one of the interesting stories that Lucas Meyer makes an example of is how inside a department they created structure whose responsibility was to simplify language of documents coming out of government. so that it enables people to read them and discuss them in any language, wherever they are, that they are comfortable in speaking, thus enabling powerful examples of what difference can be made, contributions, even to financial matters that confronts. It's wrong. I agree that those matters cannot be hid behind doors for consultation, and the rest of the other things done publicly and openly. That's like literally, what's the word, casting their ineffectiveness in advance. They are not going to see the light of day. That's it. And I wanted to say that, and this is the reason, other part of the necessity for looking at all other departments that affect local government, that municipalities may be able to do this effectively, supported by planning the new vulnerabilities that now confronts many municipalities, including principally climate change, that increases the erosion of roads that are built on not as strong as otherwise would have been the case. But the important thing is that sufficient the disaster management legislation absolutely progressive in how anticipate and says you must first do preventative work.
Good afternoon.
Hi dear.
Oh, I can't see anything. Well, I can't see the screen or hear anything. So I just thought, I don't know. I thought maybe they could hear us.
Yeah, possibly they will come back soon.
Okay. Hopefully.